while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong.
Hello everyone, welcome to Gdansk, Poland, day number 2, week number 5 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix, the final event of day 2, the women's free program. Now yesterday in the short of expected, Mao Shimada took the lead with a 73.11, a brilliant skate indeed, and Kaoruko Wada of Japan is in second with a 70.58, also a clean skate, and in third place Nayeon Ko of Korea went clean as well with a 65.58, but perhaps the story of the day came from Italy. Annika Pellonmaa of Italy, absolutely outstanding short program, huge jumps. She has a 64.78 and just less than 1 point out of third place. 36 entries from 30 nations, and the women's free program begins right now. Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk, Poland, as we fly slowly by the Olivia Arena here. Built in the early 1970s, as we take a wider shot, you can see the parks in the background. What a beautiful city on the Baltic Sea. Mark Henry joins us from Nottingham. Mark, remember last year we had a great time here, didn't we?
Yes, just a brilliant location, always a fantastic venue with an incredible team to look after everybody taking part in this prestigious event.
We take a look at the officials for this as we're live inside the building now. The first group of women taking to the ice, and there are 36 women in this event. There's 38. Can't remember. Gonna check it out.
I think 36.
Okay, I was right first time. Rarely does that happen. As we take a look, yeah, there it is, 36. So we take a look at the start order for the junior women's free program. And of course, we just finished the pair event, and top 6 teams qualifying for the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble in early December. That was exciting, and did an interview with the Chinese team. They're interesting. They weren't happy with the skate here today, but they are very happy with the progress they've made this year and look forward to Grenoble.
It's interesting when we consider obviously what's happening with regards to the final, but also interesting. I'm always a huge fan of the Olympic Games, and it's interesting to think of which of these athletes, some of which are age eligible for 2026, and whether or not we're going to see them participate at that event. I just get excited thinking about the future for some of these athletes. Of course, that may not be the goal for all of them, but on a global stage, we hope to see our sport brilliantly represented by many nations from many different backgrounds.
Maybe we're too close to this because we cover the juniors, but the feeling that I'm getting is that we have some very good young talent coming up, not only from a technical perspective, yes, of course, but also from a program components and from a connection with the music and storytelling and better skating quality. You're not, in these early groups, you're going to see more skaters that are a little earlier on in their development, so you won't quite see the level of skating skills that you will a little bit later in this event. But overall, across the Junior Grand Prix, it's pretty exciting for the future of the sport as they graduate into seniors.
Yeah, and essentially when you consider what we're watching now, how a style is formed in a skater, and then that will obviously develop over time. But you really would see the style that a skater presents at junior level, metamorphosizing into something completely different when they go up to the senior ranks. The neural pathways in their body that make the connections to how they stroke and how they do their basics, they're formed and they're established. And certainly if we look at this crop like Mao Shimada and Wada, it's going to be wonderful to see how that great quality that already is inherent in their being will develop with more time.
Yeah, and I think, we talked a little bit about Mao Shimada and having to sort of wait it out to get into senior, but I think past that period of time, the Junior Grand Prix is going to take on a whole new feel to it, because the skaters will be here longer. We will see more changes physically and psychologically in these skaters over those 4 years minimum that they will stay in this, or have to stay before they get to the age of 17, and if they enter, of course, at the age of 13. So the storytelling is going to be very interesting. There will be some ups and downs and some challenges, and you want those rivalries, if you will, and we'll see that unfold on the Junior Grand Prix. And then when they graduate into senior, the audiences will already be prepared to welcome them at the senior level.
Yeah, often I think that oh wow.
Yeah, triple. Yeah, nice.
Often when we consider the changing criteria regarding the age requirements for moving up into seniors and what has been integrated now at 17 when a skater can enter into seniors, we consider this discipline the one most perhaps affected by that, when we have so often seen seniors at 15 years of old doing brilliant things on the senior stage. But even interesting today to consider in the ice dance competition how that will affect others too, with Dania Moadin and Theo Bijot, the French team, in 4th place at 14 and 15 years of age. That's another example of a team that we will see developing in the junior ranks before they're age eligible for seniors, and I think that just serves to make this Junior Grand Prix even more exciting and even more prestigious as quality develops and develops.
Yeah, I think when they leave juniors, they're going to be as close to being a solid senior as they've ever been. I think sometimes when they're only in the juniors for 2 years or so, they're not quite ready for seniors, and if they do qualify for seniors, they're usually in the middle to the bottom of the pack. But I think what'll happen is these juniors will morph into seniors while they're in the junior category and transfer quite nicely into seniors. But we'll see. We have to wait and see what happens. It's a number of years away before we really find that out. Okay, any questions? Sorry.
Sorry, 2 questions have come in, fortunately. And urging more to come. We'd love to hear from skaters and fans around the globe. But the first question comes in asking, is there a rule that says that women's boots have to be white and that men's have to be black?
No. There's no rule that I've seen on that. In fact, have we seen a pair of white skates or black skates? I think we have somewhere, because there used to be you can put a boot cover on a skate.
Yeah.
And so you can change the color if you want, but yeah.
I think I've referenced once before in our commentary about Oksana Grishuk, the 1994 and 1998 Olympic champion in ice dance, with partner Evgeny Platov, and she had blue boots. And certainly in the show skating world, the women tend to wear beige tan-colored boots, because the theory being that the same color as the color of the height or leg enhances the leg line. But I think the reason behind why women's boots are white and men's boots are black are just because that's stock and that's what the companies make and that's what they've always made. And
I'm not sure, but there's no rule. And of course, you can have your tights going over the boots as well. So, no, there's no rule. There's a simple answer. Of course, we went on for about 2 minutes on making it complicated, right?
And interesting now that women can wear trousers as well. So there's wider scope for costume design.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just checking. Just making sure that you're all ready to go. Here we go.
Our first competitor represents Peru. Please welcome Mora, Briceno, Rantica.
And now opening this women's free skate, a very proud Peruvian skater, Mora Briceno Rantica, who's the first homegrown Peruvian skater to compete on the Junior Grand Prix, a statement she's incredibly proud to be able to state. Mora, Briceno, Rantica, representing Peru, and the lyrics, "Are you proud of who I am?" as part of their free skate so personal. I think she rightly is so proud to be here, and she wants to be an inspiration for other Peruvian skaters to try to push themselves to compete at this stage.
Yeah, you know, the sense that I get from this young woman as I watch her skate, forget about the technical for a second, the pure joy on her face with the music, that's what makes her in love with the sport, is hearing the music and the freedom of movement on ice. That's what she's in love with, and you can see that purely in the joy of her expression. And this is can be intimidating. You're up against some of the best of the world. It's a big, huge rink, which she doesn't skate on. She skates on a small rink, and she wants to be here. She loves to be here. That's awesome.
And you know, obviously the technical content, as you see, the single flip, single axel isn't competitive, but she does have, Mora has a sensitivity to the music that I don't know if even some of the top group have. You can sense there's somebody who has an emotional connection and also a bravery, just as you said, Tara, bravery to emit that emotional connection, because that in itself isn't always easy to showcase your soul a little.
No, it's pure. That's the thing. You know, the others, many of the others are focused on the technical elements, et cetera, which they should be. That's fine. But in her, this is absolutely pure joy. She doesn't have to worry so much about the elements. It's really about the music and the movement. And look at that. Very satisfied and happy young woman with the participation here. She sent some hearts your way there, Mark.
Yeah, so she explained to me that in Peru they've had visits from the likes of Canadian coach Keegan Murphy, Javier Fernandez, and Jason Brown even to help promote the skating there. And now Mora is she's almost outsourcing the information. She's going out to bring it back, I imagine. She's been fortunate to explain that she's had those influences come to her, and now she's coming out to the world of competitive ice skating to take it back.
Nice. 27.78 is the score for the free program for Mora. First skater out with a 41.08 total competition score, and she's happy. And that just the pure joy of skating and participating is as beautiful as a gold medal win. It really is. It's very special. Wow, cool.
Our next competitor represents Thailand.
And now the next competitor, Chichaya Rungrattanaprasert, representing Thailand, a skater who she had some falls on the short program, a couple of falls on the triple sacco and the double axel, which were downgraded. However, I did see a double axel landed in warm-up, and that should be the first jump for Chichaya in this free skate.
Wystąpiła dla Państwa
Chichaya Rungrattanaprasert representing Thailand, and an obvious jump forward since the Peruvian skater in terms of the difficulty and content delivered here by Chichaya. And good to see that triple salto, which is the second element of the program, much more successful than the short program. Here it is. Interesting to see more rotation on the salto though. On that axle, it's still suffering a little bit with the rotation on that element, which is currently being reviewed by the technical panel to assess how much rotation done, as we see some double jumping passes.
You can see nice flow, 3 turns getting in that double flip near the end of the program. The mechanics of the doubles, no problem, all nice and clean and tidy.
Ted, so far we've had 134 different women competing on the Junior Grand Prix series this year, and that obviously will increase when this competition is complete. But lots of skaters from Thailand, and lots of them at this similar stage of development. 1 or 2 triples, and Chichaya, as you just said, has a technique that will facilitate triple flip and triple loops, the more difficult triples. Just that'll be perhaps next season a part of her planned program content. Currently sticking with the salto.
Yeah, and once the coaches are starting to work with younger skaters that are just get that rotational exercises done early on, so they have no problem leaving the ice and spinning in the air, and it's just a bit of a process. So you think nothing of it. Oh yeah, well, okay, I can do the triple toe loop right now. Let's get on to the loop, right? So they don't regard it as, oh my gosh, I got to try that hard loop now, right? So it's just a bit of a I don't want to say cultural thing, but it's if you make it ordinary, yeah, this is just something you normally would do, and you have to learn, just go and do it, right? Instead of building it up in your mind. And it takes a while to get comfortable with that. The basic skills of skating, obviously, of rotation is really important for singles and in pair skating as well. Learning how to spin.
Yeah, and so many different tools and tactics and tips and techniques for the skaters to work on to assimilate that speedy, efficient aerodynamic position.
Zawodniczka uzyskała w programie dowolnym 48 punktów i 30.
And the score is 48.31 for Chichaya, and that is first. Second skater out with a 72.59 total competition score. And that will put her, for the moment, at least into first place.
Chichaya Rungrattanaprasert from Thailand has earned in total 72.59 points. She is currently in first place. A my powitamy reprezentantkę Irlandii. Next to skate representing Ireland, Saoirse O'Sullivan.
And now the next skater, 16-year-old Saoirse O'Sullivan, one of the skaters competing in not just their first Junior Grand Prix, but their first international competition. a wonderful example of somebody coming to a competition with so little experience, but knowing where they're at this moment in time and being extremely well prepared, tidy, clean, and delivering the content that is comfortable for this athlete. So congratulations to Saoirse O'Sullivan in her first Junior Grand Prix and first international.
Really, that's like a clean program. And as you mentioned, nice and tidy. You take a look at some of the elements. Nice double salchow, great mechanics into the double toe loop, straight, strong back. Head is always up, which is really lovely. Double flip a little bit later, gets free leg back for the double toe loop. Posture just really helps her both with the jumps, of course, and also the aesthetics. Double loop a little bit later as well. What a nice job. And sorry.
Yeah, I think the flip and toe in particular, the length of the takeoffs, I really feel the triple flip and triple lutz, sorry, it's the flip and the lutz that I really like the technique of, and I feel triples are definitely in Saoirse's future, and hopefully her coach has already produced athletes to do that, but hopefully then being here, seeing it be achieved so readily by some of the other skaters that Saoirse's competing against will allow her to believe that the good technique she has already can now turn into triples.
Yeah, I think she'll just say, oh, why don't I try that? Everything else feels good. Like, there's no problem with the double. Let's just start pulling in. And then she might be surprised. It's good. Good job, Saoirse.
I do believe, yeah, her dress made by British champion Nina Povey, Nina Skate Designs, so she's got good dressmaker too, as well as coach.
53.38 for Saoirse, and that is first in the free program with 79.68 total competition score, and that'll put her currently into first place. And there's the heart moving around in the kiss and cry. Well done.
68 points. She's currently in first place. A na tabli jest już reprezentantka Andory. Next to skate, representing
And now to the Andorran skater Andrea Pazos Guerra. 16-year-old in 33rd place after the short program. And she will skate to music by Ludovico Einaudi.
Andrea, Pazos, Guerra, Andorra.
Andrea Pazos Guerra, supported by the Spanish pair team, as she hugs Daniel Panado, her coach, and this a definite improvement since Ostrava on the 6th of September, so we're 3 weeks in from that. And although this was downgraded, she stood up, whereas previously on Ostrava that had a fall.
Yeah, no, the basic technique and all the doubles, and she had a pretty clean program all the way through this, carried good flow and confidence in the takeoff and on the landings, so no problems. The basic skating skills are pretty good for this level of skating. The degree of difficulty of the elements is not as high as some of the other skaters, obviously, you'll see that, but these are well done nevertheless. So I think for her, this is a pretty solid program for what she's capable of doing at this stage.
And again, as we look at this group, we've got skaters from Peru, Andorra, Ireland, Thailand, obviously skaters that are generally less exposed to world-class standards, unlike the latter group where there are Koreans and Japanese skaters who train alongside the world's best. And so Andrea will take this back with her. Daniel Panado, her coach, who I understand previously taught Javier Fernandez, so she's in the hands of a coach who has a vision and belief that smaller nations can succeed.
Season best in 52.19. That is second in the free program for Andrea, and with a total competition score of 78.51. That'll also put her in second place for the moment.
Andrea Pazos Guerra from Andorra has earned in total 78.51 total points. She's currently in second place. Annika Pellonmaa, representantka Polski. Next to skate, representing Poland.
And now to the first Polish skater competing, Aleksandra Janikowska, to rapturous applause. A skater who really struggled in the short program, single lutz and a single axel, but has triple lutz and double axel for sure, part of the planned program content, for which we wish her every success.
Wystąpiła dla Państwa Aleksandra
A
Janikowska.
program of two halves really for Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland. Great to see her smiling as she takes her bow and acknowledges those that have come to support her. Opening three triples, showcasing her tech score ability, and then latterly either fatigue perhaps setting in, and then opening up in the subsequent triples to dilute that technical score.
Yeah, interesting enough, she was just really in the zone in the first part of the program. We're going to see here, opening up with a triple flip. Good speed and momentum across the ice, up into the air. A little bit forward on the landing, but not a big deal. Gets the three-jump combination done right off the top. Good start. Here's that unusual take into the triple lutz. Nicely done. Up into the double axel. Yeah, good sequence. And then good speed off the running edge here in the triple salchow. That's nicely done as well.
Yeah, and seeing the quality of that as we look at the choreo sequence of the Hydroglide, a great chance to see that Aleksandra has the likes of a triple lutz, which is almost as hard as any that we will see as we see the choreo sequence again, where Aleksandra will lose her points as the component scores in between. So for her, as we see this spin, just the motivation to demand the increased posture, increased knee bend, increased extension in the back crossovers, in the forwards crossovers, even in the mohawks, even in the three turns, the relatively simple transitional movements that will help her to gain points outside of those big money jumping passes that she seems most mentally committed to.
Yeah, and it's so hard because the skaters know that the big jumping passes gather your points immediately within less than a second, so you want to do those. That's the focus. A little less apparent is the rest of the details that we're talking about, the qualities and the landings. So you just know, like, if you're going to gamble and you know you're going to win most of the time at blackjack, you go there. You don't go to the slot machines, which is like, no, I never know with the slot machine, right? So kind of weird analogy. I'm getting tired here, so that could be great.
I get it.
So you go with what the easiest way, perhaps, or the highest percentage of being able to gather points.
And I suppose, the reality of what we discussed in one of the warm-ups about the factoring, so the components will be multiplied by 2. So Aleksandra's skating skills are judged on this skate as 4.32 out of 10. Mao Shimada will be up near 8, and that's multiplied by, the difference is multiplied by 2. So that's where it's easier to gain points from back crossovers and mohawks and three turns.
Zawodniczka uzyskała w programie dowolnym 67.
Free program score is 67.18, and that is first in the free program for Aleksandra with a 95.48 total competition score. That'll also put her in first place for the moment.
Aleksandra Janikowska from Poland has earned in total 95.
It's always nice seeing your flag at the top of the standings, no matter where that is in the competition.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Szwecji. Next to skate, representing
And now to a skater who had a really challenging short program, 3 falls, and this skater just really needed some support and love after that performance. But we just saw some glorious triple jump content for Alexandra Odman in warm-up. And hopefully she can showcase that confidently with lots of self-belief now. Alexandra Odman, the 17-year-old, born in Helsingborg, Sweden, and a skater who we've seen come 9th in the free skate when she performed in Riga. I just wondered, Ted, that I can see underneath the tights on Alexandra some pretty heavy-looking strapping, and having seen the frustration and disappointment in the short program and mistakes made here, whether or not Alexandra is nursing an injury which is preventing her from showcasing the confidence that secured her that more stellar free skate.
Well, regardless, look at the beautiful triple lutz into the double toe loop. Regardless, this young woman, Alexandra, is a wonderful skater. She's got great posture. She's got a classy look on the ice. And she has some connection to music. She may not be in the best condition of health at the moment. I don't know. We don't really know at all. But this triple Salchow, you know, she had a double pump, actually. She had to reset herself with that takeover, and that set the timing off. And there's another triple toe loop a little bit later. But she's elegant and she's powerful. It's not all the air, not all there yet. You can see that. But she's 17 years old. You can see the skills, the basic skating skills, the jumping technique, the spinning as well, plus the elegance. There's a lot to work with there, and we wish her the very best as she continues through her season.
And that, I suppose, when you can, from Alexandra's perspective and from her support network, to know, well, she's obviously been very well trained, very well taught, because the technique facilitates the jumps. It's just perhaps it's the injury, and that's the reason she was unable to commit confidently. But the points are somewhat irrelevant. It is how she and the team behind her helped support her through this time, and having heard from so many wonderful athletes who've acknowledged that injury is often the catalyst for the most growth, then if managed well, she'll come back much stronger.
Yeah, what a lovely skater. I mean, really enjoy watching her perform, and you can see her posture, her confidence is there, her technique is there. It's just not all ingrained to be consistent at this level, junior level, yes, but at an international competition. This takes experience, and it takes time and patience.
The scores, please.
Personal best is a 96.29, and she'll fall quite short of that, 75.40 for Alexandra Odman from Sweden. With a 105.60 total score, that'll put her currently in the first place. Not what she was hoping for, not what she's capable of. She's capable of much, much more, but this is just one step along a long pathway.
A ja na rozgrzewkę zapraszam już kolejną grupę zawodniczek. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up time.
Okay, Mark, group number 2, as we take a look at the skating order for this group as they take to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up.
From Iceland, Saedis, Heba,
And as you look at the skaters taking out the ice, you can check in with the questions, one of which is so integral to the success of all of the athletes. It comes from at hive_of_B. Does a skater's skating skills influence the takeoff and landing of jumps, if at all?
Yeah.
Such a question.
Yeah, I mean, do the skating skills influence the takeoff and the landing? That's the question?
Yes, that is the question. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because the flow and the position on the blade is so important, the balance, if you will. And although that's not, turning necessarily, although many skaters will do a series of turns, which are skating skills, into a jump, it's so important. It gives you the comfort and confidence to concentrate on the timing and the technique of the jump, not worrying about, your balance as you approach. So skating skills absolutely are the key to successful jumps, both on the entry and on the exit, and impact the GOE, for sure, on technical elements.
And a huge part of the definition of the skating skills for the judges is blade and body control.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to jump takeoff, a body controller is at very least a body awareness of the position, and certainly the blade control to ensure that the blade works efficiently and at maximum capacity as we see this left forward outside edge takeoff. I'm trying to think of some great examples of a skater who perhaps had really well-founded takeoffs and landings, but maybe didn't have the greatest of skating skills. I wonder if you could argue perhaps that would be relevant of Elvis Stoico. However, I don't know, because although he was, a groundbreaker with his quad jump combinations, I can't say he had necessarily bad skating skills, maybe just the focus on the aesthetics of the movement.
No, it's not to criticize any of those people, it's just a different era.
No.
I mean, Surya Bonnelly was another skater who
there you
did
go.
triple jumps and tried the quads, and she was an incredible athlete, an incredible acrobat, really, on ice. The skating skills really, were not at the highest level, which pulled some of those scores down. So, but in those days, the jumps were the main thing. There was not as much detail in assessing the abilities of skating skills and performance and choreography, etc. So Surya would be another one, but an incredible athlete, no question.
And I think when we see the skaters, the vast numbers of skaters that we watch and enjoy watching in the Junior Grand Prix, we can guess how much of the coach's focus, or perhaps the skater, and a combination of both, is divided between jump takeoffs and jump landings versus skating skills. And so sometimes you can see a skater that's got triple jumps that are fully rotated, take off with the correct edge and land, and so the techs go high, but you can tell that they've not necessarily had the influence of flow and glide as predominantly. Equally, we've got some skaters who are masters of the blade and perform beautifully, but don't have the confidence or sometimes the technique.
Well, if you go back to what Caitlin Osmond said, that the elements are part of the choreography. So if you don't have skating skills to all the choreography, then there is a bit of an issue. So those jumping elements are technical, yes, but they are also part of the program and part of the choreography. So the skating skills are very important for every step that you make in your program. Yeah. Okay. That's what I think. What about you?
Yeah.
Open door.
I completely agree, and I think it's different perhaps for the athletes as we see Flora Maria Schaller warming up. The athletes, the athletes that come from rinks and countries and federations and cultures where skating maybe isn't as celebrated, and perhaps dependent on the setup that they've got. Some nations have setups whereby the local government or the council will somewhat part fund the athletes, and then there might be a group tuition system, and then there might be some, certainly in the UK, it's a very much private tuition, and it may be the case that for some skaters they have to skate really early before school or really late when the ice time is accessible. And then for the coach and the skater, it's so hard to decide the devotion of time between, right, let's work the program components versus, right, let's increase the technique, and that takes a real a business-like approach if you've got a world-class coach without access to hours and hours of ice time.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we answered the question, which was, are skating skills important for the takeoff and the landings of jumps? Or not just jumps, I guess all the technical elements. So you see a nice camel there. Yes, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, put it this way, in terms of the landing of jumps, the best landing position in this event is done by Mao Shimada, and she has the best skating skills in the event, and that's obviously her landing gives her some of the best grades of execution. So she's a good example of that answer, showing that yes, skating skills super duper important. And I think Ted's skating skills are the ardent, die-hard skating fans. They're the ones that love skating skills.
Yeah, and we don't have time, but we need to go in a little bit more definition of what is good skating, what are good skating skills, and so that's an easy term to say, but there's a lot that goes into it. Okay, we're not going to address that anymore. We're going to go on to the next group. Take it away, Bart.
And the first performer in this group, the task in hand, falls to Krista Georgieva, 16-year-old, and she takes some speed to start position. Nice posture here, and a complete difference, such a stark contrast to the music from her short program. This will be to Je suis malade by Lara Fabian.
ils sont là, je bois toutes les nuits. Tous les whisky, pour moi, oh, même vous, tous les bétons, porte ton repos. Je ne suis plus vrai, tu es partout, je suis malade, complètement malade. Je verse mon sang dans ton corps et je suis comme un poison mort. Quand toi tu dors, je suis cet amour me tue. Si ça continue, je crèverai seul avec moi, près de ma radio, comme un gosse idiot, en écoutant mon propos qui chantera. Je suis malade, complètement malade, comme quand ma mère sortait le soir et qu'elle me laissait seule avec mon désespoir. Je suis malade,
Krista Georgieva from Bulgaria. Such, as I said before the start of the program, a stark contrast between the short program and the free skate, the Lara Fabian music, offering perhaps the opportunity to showcase better skating skills. It will be interesting to see how the judges compare the different performances, but certainly from a tech score perspective, I think this better for Krista Georgieva.
It allows her to sort of hit some emotional moments. There's the triple loop to start with, which is a downgrade actually in the judging system. And you take a look at the triple Salchow, and that was landed under rotation and the quarter on the loop. So she's got under rotations throughout this program, and that's going to affect the score. That will be a downgrade as well with the triple flip. And going through another jumping pass here with the triple Salchow. And that is also probably going to be under-rotated. So under-rotations on almost all of the jumps, triple jumps anyways, is going to be very costly. But you can see some emotion right in here in the choreographics sequence part of the program, and she can feel the music and execute some of the choreography quite nicely. But you see right at the end of the program, good flexibility in her back, that's for sure.
No, wasn't it gorgeous?
Yeah.
And just for a bit of context, when we talk about the rotation, as we will so much throughout the series and today, a triple flip, when it's fully rotated, is over 5 points. But when the downgrade happens that we're referencing, and the technical panel deem it so short, it can go down to 1.8, and then there's a negative grade of execution on the back of that. So that just gives you an understanding of why we will so often reference rotation, because of the massive impact that have on the skater score.
Exactly, and the math, you know, for a quarter or a under rotation or a downgrade. Downgrade is the worst because that's pretty much half a rotation missing, and so then it's a little bit less when it's on the quarter. or under-rotated, pardon me, and then on the quarter. So there's these different varying degrees of severity when it comes to under-rotation, and it is very costly for skaters because they look like they've done them, but if you don't have the fine eye to be able to see it, or a replay, handy, then you don't understand, well, why is the score so low? Well, it's because of the under-rotations. Right now, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps that are downgraded, which is a huge loss of points, and 3 that are under-rotated. So, yeah, that was costly.
And then, effectively, the downgrades are worth the same value as the double version of the jump as opposed to the triple with a negative grade of execution. But Krista's got to push herself. She wants to be here. She wants to be competitive. And so that's why they've included those triples rather than playing it safe. But obviously just a little bit more cooking time on the technique to come back with that.
No, you're right. Value. You're right, Mark. That part of the strategy. You've got to try those jumps, even if they're under rotated, in competition to make sure the mechanics of the takeoff, the rotation, and the landing, even if it's under rotated, are there. And they were for her tonight. She stood up on them. But a little higher and a little quicker rotation is going to get her all the way around. That's going to be a huge point differential. 64.77. That's third in the free program, and they're looking at wondering. They will only know that when they take a look at the report card. 97.28 total competition score, and that'll put her currently in the second place. Once she sees the detailed sheet, she'll understand. Not like it, different issue, but understand.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Polski. Next to skate, representing Poland, Julia Kasprzyk.
Now to the second Polish representative, Julia Kasprzyk. 29th after the short program. Julia Kasprzyk, representing Poland, pushes her way through the free skate. Lots of triple jumps, a couple of falls in there, but a fighting effort from the 18-year-old.
Yeah, what a powerful piece of music. It's so beautiful, and it's a challenge when you start chasing some of the elements, and you're inspired by it. Obviously, she loves this piece of music, and you can understand why. It's so emotional and powerful. There's the triple loop to start the program. This is in the under rotation. We'll have a number of these, I think, in the program. Under rotation on the loop. There's this Lutz and into a single salto. That is in with an under rotation as well on the Lutz. And that looked clean, the salto. No, it's under rotation. Oh, the toe loop. It was under rotated the toe loop. So once again, the skaters, without getting all the way around or leaving some point on the table. But as Mark had mentioned, it's important to be trying these elements under a competitive environment. And they may not be as successful as you want or as they will be, but they need to get started under pressure.
Yeah, and from this point, Yuli will get the feedback on the rotation, and she's definitely capable. I feel like the takeoffs are good. Just a little bit more explosive on the pop, and perhaps as we see sometimes with the skaters, is that on this big stage, on this increased pressure, the Junior Grand Prix is a bigger stage than some of the other events, then the desire to stay up makes them exit early, and thus the under rotations or the downgrades or the quarter rotation shorts. But now Julia's experienced it. She's done the Junior Grand Prix. She can say she represented Poland at Junior Grand Prix, and now on the back of this is okay. Never going to have that happen again. I'm going to get all those unders and squeezes or more.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the process. Going, boy, I don't like that when I get all these under rotation or whatever the case may be, or my PCs are too low. What happens with that is you don't like it. It's not very much fun, but you go back and work on it. And that is part of the process of development. At the senior level, you're still working on things. You're perhaps fine-tuning a little bit more. But this is the category in which a lot of work gets done.
But Julia is a woman who has hobbies like yours. She likes fishing, Ted, so you're going to respect Julia now all the more.
Whoa.
Yeah, the hobbies listed as skiing and fishing. She needs to move out to your neck of the woods.
Okay, I got to talk to those judges. Let's up those scores. Wow, good for her. Yeah. Wow, that's great.
And Julia, like so many of the others, is juggling academic pursuits. She's a student of physiotherapy, so I imagine the challenge to balance life while still making sure there's time for fishing, because of course, as I now learn from Ted, is something you should make time for.
Yes, but I haven't done that for over a year. It's so depressing.
You need to make time for it too.
I will be. Here we go. Soon. Let's check out the scores here. For the free program for Julia, 53.01 for the free program. That is fifth. The total competition score of 89.35. That'll put her for the moment at least into fourth place.
Julia Kasprzyk from Poland has earned in total 89.35 points. She is currently in fourth place. A przed Państwem reprezentantka Islandii. Please welcome our next skater, representing Iceland,
And now
Heba
to the skater representing Iceland, Saedis Heba Gudmundsdottir, the 15-year-old who says that she wants in the future to become a figure skating coach, and all of this experience will enhance her chances of being very successful at it. 15-year-old Saedis Heba Gudmundsdottir representing Iceland, and she competed in Riga and was fairly clean in that performance in Latvia. And again, the same here, and a skater who showcased some interesting movement, like the transition in and out of the second double loose. Yeah, second one.
Yeah, and doing what she's able to do and doing it well. You know, this is the standard that she's at. She's not into all the triples or triples at this moment, into the doubles, but they're well executed, pretty good mechanics. And she skated a nice, tidy program. There's the double axel, double toe, double loop. Really quick on the takeoff, which you need to be there. There's Ina Bauer.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah, it was really nice coming around the corner and just taking a glance at the judges, and leg lift there as well. Double Lutz, great timing on the takeoff, the leg lift on the landing edge, which is kind of cool. Double Salchow a little bit later.
Those blades, Ted, I mentioned the last time that Saedis competed. It's a unique new company, but she actually said that she used to previously have a lot of joint pain, and that these new blades have minimized all that, so they've protected her joints and now no longer in pain.
That's
so it's
really
really
cool.
She's got a new unique blade just for her that protects her joints.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now you're going to get a bunch of phone calls. Okay, what are those blades?
I know.
You're going, oh, I should have mentioned that. Okay, let's take a look at the free program score. 68.99, season's best for Saedis, and that is second in the free program with a total competition score of 106.45. They seem pretty happy with that. Really well done. Nice. Do the best you can, what you planned, what you trained for, and she delivered that here at the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk.
She's currently in first place.
And now to Barbora Tykalova,
Please welcome our next
a skater who is entering into her fourth and final performance in this season's Junior Grand Prix, and we've seen her struggle with jumping passes. Hopefully the jump content works well for her, but irrespective of what happens with the jumps, enjoy some of the beautiful movement that intersperses them. Barbora Tykalova having
Barbora Tykalova.
much more success than in Ostrava, but while she fought hard, dug deep, and clawed out many more triples, you just feel that choreo sequence in the fall, and what I was about to say was the most beautiful choreo slide, then
yeah, you can
takes
see
a 1 point deduction with the ball.
I think she's pleased with the performance overall, but very disappointed with that mistake, because this was so much better than earlier on in the Junior Grand Prix. The triple flip, nice start, good strong back. Look how strong that back is, stretched arms, stretched free leg, good start. Triple lutz after that. And you mentioned there was a particular part of the program last time out in Ostrava where it started to unravel, but not tonight as much.
It was that loop where she popped into a single, and she, although not good and under-rotated, she fought for it. This is just amazing.
Yeah, it's an incredible spin. I'm going to slow it down, and you think that's easy? No.
No.
Ouch. Triple loop a little bit later in the program. Made a couple of mistakes prior to that, but came back with that nice triple loop, and then this. And we always think the slides are dangerous and risky, and they are.
And you feel like for Barbara there, she's gone through some challenges in the performance and competition lately with the jumps. Jumps have been better for her, so she looked like she was just allowing herself to free up and enjoy the moment.
Yeah.
With gorgeous position. Then just freed up a little bit too much, and there's a 1 point mandatory deduction based on that.
Yeah, she probably never falls on that, so why would she even suspect, oh, I gotta watch out for this, because she probably just goes through that easily. But wow, bit of a surprise. But a smile and the kiss and cry. This was a progress made for Barbara, and that was a much better program. And she can jump, she can do it all. She's starting to put it together. The season best at 84.97 seems to be pretty happy with that. Total competition score of 123.04, and Barbara will take over the lead at this stage of the event.
Barbora Tykalova from Czechia has earned in total 123.04 points. She's currently
There's a look at your top 5 so far on the leaderboard.
My powitajmy reprezentantkę Austrii. Next to skate, representing
And now to the 17-year-old from Salzburg, Flora Marie Schaller, a skater who had some great skates in Ostrava, and actually online, she had a very popular skater. There are lots of people referencing Flora as one of their favorites that day. So hopefully she's here to again inspire and excite the skating community. Flora Marie Schaller, you can see her just processing the performance that she has delivered.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Mark. She had some struggles and then some successes. She kept fighting back. She never let it all go after a mistake, and that's a really good sign to be able to think and adapt and adjust in the middle of the competition or in the middle of the program.
Yeah, and it seems a very mature human just in her approach towards it, and she's here with the triple salto double toe. She's back now at school, as some of the other skaters have referenced as we see this triple toe. The return to academics at this stage in the Junior Grand Prix, unlike the first appearance, second salto, is just showcasing the hardship of trying to juggle and balance, and kudos to her for it as we see that double axel or the double flip.
Double axel near the end of the program was much better. It was actually her best jump in the program. Technique is so important. She has the strength. As many skaters have the strength, but they have the timing and the technique. And when that all comes together, you don't need as much strength because the momentum going in and the timing and the technique actually probably 80% of the jump. There you go. There's your big work.
Yes, well done, Flora Marie. Shaping hearts in the kiss and cry. She's joined by Julia Kiefer. And Ted, have we acknowledged already at this event how wonderful Julia Kiefer is because she brings chocolate for the commentary team. So, gold star for Julia.
Where should I pick that up?
See, it happened when I was there in Ostrava.
Maybe it has nothing to do with the commentary team. It has to do with you. I mean, come on. I'm going, am I missing something? I'm looking around the table. I haven't seen that.
Well, it was great because Julia acknowledged having organized and run events and organized synchro events as well. She was just saying how amazing, or how much it entails to run the event, and so she was thanking everybody that was producing the event. And I was thinking, well, we've just rocked up. We've just rocked up for the event. We'll take your chocolate though.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The magic of Mark. Okay, here we go. The pre-program score: 73.99 for Flora Marie Schaller. That's third in the free program with a total competition score of 112.08, and that'll put her overall into second place at this stage of the competition.
Schaller from Austria has earned in total 112.08 points. She's currently in second place. A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Norwegii. Next to skate, representing Norway, Pernille Wiig.
And now to 17-year-old Pernille Wiig, coming in 25th after this short program. Pernille completes her first free skate on the Junior Grand Prix this season. I gather that she will be competing in Ljubljana in Slovenia next week. And that's a good starting point from which I imagine, beyond the excitement of celebration at the end of this competition, well, already the coach is pointing to something to enhance next week.
Very delicate music and delicate skater, but also with strength. And it's beautiful in many parts and some good technique on the elements. Let's take a look. Here's the double axel, reload, triple toe loop. Wow, it's so quick into rotation. And it was clean. And then the triple toe loop a little bit later. You can see you're nice and low on that takeoff to use the power through the ankle, knee, and hip. And there's triple Salchow. You may want to just straighten up the backs a little bit on the takeoff and on the landing, just for a little bit better GOE score. Which essentially there aren't many in there. There's a lot of minuses. But the basic mechanics are good. That was a cool transfer.
It's interesting because Pernille was showcasing, sometimes she was sustaining the landing, like conscientiousness for creative execution. Sometimes she was going straight into transition, a different approach for creative execution. What Pernille can do, hopefully, for the remainder of the season is continue to work on the quality of the sustained position or the transition. So just pressing those shoulders down more, pointing the free foot to make it as beautiful as possible.
Absolutely. And she's a beautiful skater. It's just polishing those small details, which are annoying for a skater, because you're going, really? I have to do that? I've landed the jump. What's the big deal, right? But it is a big deal. Yeah. Those polishing details.
Overriding the brain space's exhaustion when you just want to get through and think, no, get through, but get through with more pain and exhaustion.
Yeah, exactly. 74.92 for the free program. That will put her third with a total competition score of 114.09. And that'll put Pernille currently into second place overall after two groups. There are six. There are four more to come.
She's currently in second place.
But we now prepare for movie time. Let's get the popcorn out. What do we have on the schedule?
There's a real predicament here because I need to go to the toilet, but I really want to watch this next interview to see what was said in the edit. It's Karolina Kostner's interview as I chatted with the amazing, beautiful skater that she is, and then a snippet of World Ice Skating Day I want to watch, so I'll stay tuned. You guys should too.
Thank you for all the detail there, Mark. Thank you. We hope you enjoyed that. We'll be back right after this.
Karolina Kostner, we are just beyond delighted to have you joining us during the Junior Grand Prix. You are a four-time Olympian, world champion, and I gather the most celebrated or successful skater in European Figure Skating Championship history in single skating. So it's just an absolute pleasure to have you with us. And I understand that your mum was a figure skater and your dad was a hockey player. So I imagine that shaped a huge part of your introduction to the sport. Is that right?
I grew up in a very sports interested family. My dad is a hockey player. My mom used to figure skate, but she never coached me, or she never was involved in my coaching, other than supporting me 100%, which I'm very, very grateful for. It's funny that sometimes there are skaters who don't like their parents to be there. For me, it was never matter, but I knew that my mom enjoyed skating so much, and to me, knowing that she had the chance to come, I would always encourage her to come and watch the competitions. And I know she would sit in the stands the whole competition, starting from the first skater to the very last skater, and she really enjoyed it.
Because she loved it, rather than that was because she was happy to enjoy skating, as opposed to seeing, where's my daughter going to finish against these people?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's no secret to anybody that knows me that you are undoubtedly one of my absolute all-time favorite skaters. I'm always really conscious that when you move and when you skate, it's aesthetically very beautiful. Was the influence to make that beautiful movement that makes you one of the most popular skaters to have ever skated?
Something maybe for juniors to hear is that I hate it is a bad word, but I did not enjoy dance class at all until I turned 16.
Wow.
So it's only after a quite serious back injury that I couldn't skate, and I spent a lot of time in the dance room and started from zero classical ballet, and that's where I really fell in love with the discipline it gives you and with the basic training it gives you, and seeing then going on to also training with ballet dancers, I would see how the biggest stars would start from a very simple bar, and that I try to transfer that on the ice as well, that every time I go back on the ice I would spend part of my training for the basics, for a crossroll, for a backstroke, or for a landing position. It kind of became part of me, also seeing what those great dancers do, you know. I believe that everything comes together, the technical skill and the artistic skill. When it all comes together, it just creates magic to me when I watch. And I just truly felt I kind of wanted to do that as well, and just tried my best.
You managed to stay competitive. You did 4 Olympics, is that correct? 4 Olympic cycles, and you competed for a much longer, prolonged period than so many others do. Was it the choices that you made, as you've just pertained to there, that helped you to, on the whole, stay so healthy for so long?
I wish I had like the secret ingredient that I have found, that I could tell everyone, that I could tell every young skater. There isn't. Probably I feel very lucky that I had a body that adjusted very well. Growing up, I may have had an attitude towards skating. I loved it so much that it didn't really matter so much the results, but the improvement I could feel every step of the way. I am aware that I burst into the senior scene in 2003 with very good skates, kind of together with my junior companions, Miki Ando, Alisa Lilova. We would start pushing the level of figure skating, the technical level, starting to make triple combinations a normality.
I actually remember, Carolina, I went to watch the European Championships in Malmo. One of my friends was competing at that event, and I went just to watch from the UK. And you just were doing like triple flip, triple toe, triple loop, triple loops, triple toe, triple loop. You just triple. You did triple of everything. It was unbelievable.
It was so much fun. I would test myself and get inspired and get motivated and just try to add wherever I could. So actually, I think I remember that in the qualifying round in Malmö, the actual triple flip, triple toe wasn't planned. I just added it at that moment because it felt good. You know, at that age, you almost see it as playfulness, and you don't live the competition so serious. You see it seriously, but for me it was, everything was so exciting and cool, and I felt so lucky. I think it just got transferred into my performance, totally forgetting that people would watch or that it was a big competition. It was just me and the ice, and when I finished, I think I brought the hands just to my head, just saying, what just happened?
What have I just done here? And how amazing to, even as we think about the junior skaters, who some of them, you can see what you've just described, when you had that youthful exuberance, the repercussions of things, and you just go out and skate freely. And then even during the Junior Grand Prix, especially now because the age entry into seniors is a little bit older, we sometimes see skaters then have a period in their life where then self-doubt becomes a major factor, and some anxieties about your own self-confidence. Now, you had a long enough career for us to see you go through that and still come out the other side. I think that will be something that if the junior skaters aren't familiar with your career, if they look back and hopefully hear from you now, they'd be hugely inspired by seeing you go through that roller coaster and come back out the other side.
Yes, I absolutely encourage everyone to stick to your dreams. I think as young skaters, we are lucky to be more. I don't want to say unrealistic about our dreams, but we tend to be able to imagine more
Creatively,
crazy
maybe.
things, and then you grow up and you may, you know, be more aware of your limits and get to know how it's actually not so easy as you thought as a kid. So I really encourage young skaters to truly believe in what their imagination can come up with, because sometimes life just surprises us. And apparently when I was 11, somebody told me this, that I had said I'm going to be a world champion one day, and now if I think back, I'm like, what? Yes, your beliefs can guide you so well. And then on the other side, I encourage everyone to be realistic and to keep your feet on the ground, to get to know your limits and to work with them, to not be scared to acknowledge them, and to be able to discuss them with your coach, instead of trying to hide them, because as young skaters we think that the coach may not realize or may not see them if we kind of hide them, but you know, we spend so much time with our coaches that they know exactly how you feel the moment you step on the ice, or they see your expression on your face. So to learn how to communicate with your coach, and to be able to also let them know about your struggles, and this is the way then they can actually maybe come up with a plan on how to help, how to face it, how to be able to have an input in that as well. And the other thing is, and I still have that, is I love figure skating. I love it no matter what, and that helped me so much.
Grazie mille, Carolina.
Grazie a voi. Thank you to everyone for the invitation to spend a little time with you, and good luck to all the skaters for the Junior Grand Prix series.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
Państwa, wracamy po przerwie i na rozgrzewkę zapraszam już następujące zawodniczki. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gdansk, group number 3 on the ice of the women's free program, the second day of competition. And we will have the champion crowned here, plus the medal winners, and more points will be handed out towards the Junior Grand Prix final. Mark?
Yes, and an update on the resurface videos, Ted. So I made the foolish or not decision to go to the toilet so that I could then concentrate on these next 2 groups. And then I was hoping to rush back and see the edit of the interview with Karolina Kostner, but then I caught sight of my 7-year-old daughter, and thus I missed it all, because there are a few things that will take me away from the brilliance of a skater like Karolina Kostner, but my 7-year-old will do that to me.
Yes,
So,
and
I
she always will, no matter whether it's 17 or 27 or 37, she always will. Sure.
But I did have a friend of mine text and say, obvious fanboy. So I'm not ashamed to have heard that my adoration for Karolina skating was particularly evident as I interviewed her. So here we go.
Yeah. You know, you got to be more expressive, because you're too shy with things you don't really say. You know, you don't speak very much. And, no, I'm sure she can tell. And I watched a little bit of that, and it sounded really good. So, you know, it's cool.
It was just amazing to. I think what was amazing to hear was from a skater who spent so long competing at the senior international level, and it's not something that happens as regularly and repeatedly. And actually, this would be my promotion for the age change, perhaps, because I hear some really interesting debates online for those that are against the age change, and like you have said, and you articulated it so brilliantly yesterday, Ted, that we need to hear from the viewers and the fans to know how to steer the sport to gain more engagement and involvement. And Karolina is an example to me of a great reason why we need to preserve the bodies of the athletes, because to my understanding, when the bodies are preserved, looked after and cared for, they can obviously last longer in the sport, and then we as fans can connect with those humans. And Karolina Kostner was a skater who competed in, I mean, she had I think 9 or 11 European medals, so she was on the scene for almost just an incredibly long time. So then the fans could really engage with not just the beauty of her skating, but the human as well, and that has led her to be somebody that's a stalwart for the sport. And
yeah, you know, really, just a point here: professional sports teams spend millions of dollars protecting their investment of players, and with medical services to make sure that those athletes are in the best health. That doesn't happen necessarily in our sport, because the parents are paying for that, and so it's very difficult between the I've got to pick the right word here, through the physicality of training in an ice rink that doesn't even have a medical, generally speaking, they don't have medical services right there in the building. So you have to, and the coaches have to be very careful with the management of repetitions of difficult jumps, proper technique so you're not putting too much pressure on the joints, those types of management issues, as well as having a great medical staff to be able to help you out. So I'm just supporting your point. It's so, and Karolina's as well. It's so important that we keep these athletes happy so they can continue to improve and do the best, and live their dreams, as well as for us to enjoy the journey.
Yes, and Karolina, who's not too long out of competition, one Olympic cycle, now into her second Olympic cycle, out of the competitive arena, having done 4 Olympic Games, and she was able to articulate, she was very, very honest in articulating that her career was challenging, that there were an abundance of challenges, but also on the other side of the competitive world, she was saying what a privilege it was, and what a luxury it was, really. And I think that's something that's really hard to say to a teenager now. You know, you're living a really indulgent, luxurious life, because right now your parents are supporting, your coach is supporting, and your federation is supporting. There are all these people supporting you, and it's hard to comprehend that when you feel under the pressure of the sport, because it requires a lot of time.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, I've never articulated this actually to the public, but it's we don't want skaters to resent their participation in the sport. And there's a period of time where skaters love it. It's so exciting, and the juniors mostly, right? At the end of the career, when you look at the road, and some have really tough journeys and some have less tough journeys, but you don't ever want a skater to resent their participation. They can resent the hard work at times, and the tough competition days and all that kind of stuff. But to not have enjoyed the journey is concerning, and so we have to, all of us have to try to make that journey as enjoyable as possible. But it also falls on the responsibility of the athlete. If you want to do this, understand some of the challenges that come along with it.
Yeah, and when Carolina was acknowledging, the choices that had to be made, the life choices that had to be made to pursue the longevity of career as an elite figure skater, she was so very honest. And that brings me to then the wondrous honesty also of the other world champion. We had the indulgent opportunity to chat with Caitlin Osmond, who said she didn't really love training. She loved performing, she loved competing, and I'm just so grateful for that honesty.
Yeah.
From these world champions.
Yeah, so true. Really enjoying this series of guest commentators and also interviews. And I can tell a little bit by your voice that you were excited to interview Carolina Kosters. Yeah, awesome. Here we go. The future Carolina Kosters are on the ice now, competing.
We had actually some great questions there, Ted. So we'll have to come back to them because I didn't give them airtime.
Oh, bad boy. Just kept on rambling. Just like me.
Please welcome Ella Hawks.
And now the 16-year-old born in Cape Town, Ella Hawks, takes to the ice. Skating in brand new skates as the old ones broke down, and her coach Doug expressed their huge gratitude to fellow South African skater Anne, who generously bought them for Ella.
Nice. You know, Mark, we've talked about this. You know, we're both very privileged to be able to cover these skaters and in some cases get to meet them. And I got to meet Ella and speak with her a little bit. And, you know, it's so fascinating. I'm so charmed by this person who just had a great skate here. And she's quite serious. But then she comes off the ice. Look at that beautiful opening pose here. And has this personality that just lights up the rink. So much fun. And you can see her passion and love of this sport, truly. It's not the highest level of difficulty that we're going to see in the final group, but what she did on this day, there takes the fall off the beginning of the program, but the rest of it started to get better. And I'm so charmed by her personality, by her perseverance. And here we see the double axel a little bit later in the program. And we're very privileged and responsible to help these athletes along the way. And it's an honor to do so. Just had to say that.
It really is. And it's so wonderful to hear it. And as we see Ella just fighting to make the triple toe double axel work, I've just got to give a massive shout out here, better on the second circle, to the choreography. And I think it's her mom, Barbara Hawks, who's her former coach before now working with Douglas Haw. And I remember a couple of seasons ago, I kept referencing Leiji Shen as this amazing choreographer. I feel like Barbara Hawks has delivered or created a composition that was so perfectly on point musically, filled with multi-dimensional movement. I don't know the story to the program choreography and the concept behind the gloves, but really good composition.
And Mark, to her daughter, which is more difficult. You have great choreography, but you have to have a great relationship with your daughter for them to look at. You see, there it is. There's the personality. She's drumming. She's waiting for the scores. She had a great time. She was a different person on the ice, a different person off as well. Season's best, 71.18. She's appreciative of that. That's fifth in the free program with 111.04 total competition score, and that'll put her, for the moment at least, into fourth place. Nice. The Queen's wave and the thumbs up.
And I too, I think the youngest competitor in this entire event, Annika Pellonmaa, a skater who really struggled in the short program. Actually, with the spins, she had 2 spins without value, and hoping as she simulates some jump takeoffs to have all 3 spins counted in this free skate, as well as the technique that she's honing in on now as she assumes her start position.
Well, Mark, 2 words, determination and tenacity.
Completely. And Annika Pellonmaa from Finland, we see some performances whereby the skater makes mistakes that appear to be perhaps mental fragility. Any mistakes made by Annika were just cast aside mentally, and then that determination, tenacity to go up and push and fight for every single one. There was no sense of second guessing or questioning. There was just a determination that you see.
Yeah, just love the energy throughout this whole program. Look at the triple toe loop, just great lift off the ice. She really explodes off the ice on the takeoff. Here's the triple loop, nice and solid, right up in the double toe loop after that. Good strong back, well centered, good rotation position. There's the triple lutz. This was too far forward, didn't get enough height as well, so that was one of the mistakes. But she comes right back down. The ice lifts up in a nice triple Salchow, double axel, double loop. There it is, quick and agile. Sure, more speed, more flow across the ice. Those jumping passes is going to mean a lot, particularly for the GOE scores. But really nice.
Yeah, and you know, I reference often the skating skills, but as a purist from a jump perspective, I just love to see somebody with no question marks over rotation. When the takeoffs have been sufficient, the commitment to height and rotation ensures that there's no question mark over rotation. That just satisfies my jumping eyes.
Yeah, when you look down,
Annika had that.
when you look down the list here, you see, well, one element, the triple lutz, is a downgrade, but the rest of the elements don't have it under rotation, so it was absolutely clear. Nice.
And kudos to coach Anna Mertinen.
And she still has energy in the kiss and cry. You know, she's telling the coach, right? The coach isn't talking to her. That's awesome. 86.80, season's best for Annika. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 127.23 as Annika takes the lead. Nice. That's a nice smile, too. She's going, okay. Look at her.
She's currently in first place.
Great character.
Love the energy, yeah. Great character.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Niemiec.
From a 13-year-old to a 14-year-old, this time is Sophie Erhardt. She, a classy skater, struggled with the triple flip in the short program.
Wystąpiła dla Państwa
Sophie Erhardt, a skater so delighted to be back competing. She was out with illness last season, and Ted, I just so appreciate the refinement of her movement. She rarely hits a bad line. I have to guess that Sophie has done extensive ballet or off-ice training to cultivate such quality shaping in her movement.
Yeah, nice and straight and tight in the air, good speed into and out. There's a course correction there. It ends up with a single axel, but she was curving around the corner and she's waited just a little bit longer to straighten it out. And unfortunately just did the single axel. Here's the triple flip. No problem there. Hands above the head. That is a technique that many skaters use to straighten their back and spine in the air on triple jumps. There again, she has it. And it helps them spin a little faster in the air. Watch the ankles. Nice and tight as well. Really fast rotator. That's nice. There you go. Struggle there, but nice camel spin here, Mark. Beautiful. Change of edge. There's the feature. The windmill into the sit spin. Go ahead.
She did the windmill. You can see the toe still pointed, and when she's taking the features, their awareness of just the fingertip extension through the line in her arms as well. And here, indication there with the neckline that somebody's done some extensive ballet work, is my guess. Anyway, I could be wrong.
Yeah, you could be, but I think you're right. Because I don't know how you get that body line without some kind of work.
Yeah, too true.
And it serves you well, not as just as an athlete, as a person, to have that nice posture, which I don't. I always ignore by people telling me. I go, yeah, I feel fine, right? Yeah, I'm not. Right, so I didn't listen, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the scores. 88.92 for Sophie Erhardt from Germany. That's first in the free program with a 129.56 as she takes the lead at this stage of the competition. Well done.
Sophie Erhardt from Germany has earned in total 129.56 points. She's
Annika just behind her by just over 2 points.
A przed Państwem reprezentantka Węgier.
The skater might be going, let me go, I gotta go now.
Yeah, got a job to do. And the job falls for a Hungarian skater, Lena Ekker. 3.5 minutes for this skater who intends to come away with hopefully a personal best. She achieved over 90 points when she competed at the Winter Youth Olympic Games earlier this year. Well, the reaction to that performance from Lena Ekker from Hungary, probably due to all the challenges that she went through since the end of last season. She had a stress fracture in her right foot and had to take 2 months off. And 2 months, a sixth of the year, is a seismic chunk in the off season. And so she has had to work really hard, and she's made this huge relocation to Oslo, moving full-time there. So grateful to the calm environment of the club where she trains and the support of her fellow teammates.
And you could see the emotion, maybe just even little tears at the end of, I did it. I finally did it after all the challenges. And the young skaters watching this, even though there'll be some under rotations in this program, those young skaters watching who may be facing an injury or an illness, you just have to get back on the horse and ride it again, and you'll make it. It's never an easy journey. See that on her face at the end of the program as we take a look here at the triple toe loop, and the arms flick out a little bit with more energy. Double axel, Euler, double flip, and you can see she's snapping. Yeah, she's snapping the arms out of the land. Exactly. And she was on a high throughout this whole program. Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say that energy that Lena gives to the landing positions also throughout some of the choreography, that variation in the energy, that's another criteria for judges for presentation. And she's very good at the dynamic energy, that's for sure.
A nice heartfelt hug and a kiss and cry.
Lena did explain to me that when she was off the ice and forced off the ice for 2 months, she did stay in touch with her coaches, and so they continued to support her even when she wasn't there on site. And so that confirmation of the special connection between the coach and their student.
Yeah, and this is a personal victory, not only for skating, but for her life. That you can overcome these challenges and problems when you think you can't, and you're wallowing in sorrow because you don't control the situation. Wow, that was awesome. Let's take a look at the scores, free program scores. For Lena, 84.91, that's a season's best. As she fights back the tears. That's fourth in the free program with a 127.30 as she takes the second position at this stage of the competition with a lot of joy in her heart.
Has earned a total 127.30 points. She's currently in second place. A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Francji. Next to skate, representing France.
And now to the 16-year-old born in Cannes, Ninon Dapoigny. She had some little rotation issues on the triple lutz and the triple flip in the short program, but a skater that looked really strong in warm-up.
Wystąpiła dla Państwa Ninon Dapoigny, Francja.
Ninon Dapoigny, this is so sad for the skater that's committed so much of their life to showcasing their craft, and obviously that no reflection whatsoever of Ninon's capabilities. I'm sure the score here will be significantly lower than that which he's capable of.
I always see here triple Lutz, good lift, but the rotation position just a little bit loopy, a little bit slower, and can't get that free leg back in time. She did manage to get this a little bit later in the program, lower in the knees on the triple toe, double toe loop, a little bit more patient and pounding that pick in and launching yourself into the air. Her second triple toe loop is probably under-rotated. I'll check that in the system and lay back near the end. And really unfortunate with that slip, which we've seen now 2, maybe 3 today actually, on sliding moves. Oh, I missed it, sorry, my fault. My fault. But we talked about it being risky, but nobody ever made a mistake on it. But in this competition, it's been a bit of a nemesis.
And this is the point in time where you just send all your condolences and commiserations to the athlete. Because obviously we've seen triple lutz, she's capable of difficult jump, and that's exactly what she needs right now. An arm around her shoulder. I mean, I know it sounds trivial, Ted, but even, you know, the amazing costume Nino has, the diamonds that she's placed in her hair, the consideration of everything that goes behind the way she presents herself to showcase all the hard work in the off-season, and then of course just not able to then, you know, effectively do the job in hand. But the job in hand is one that obviously is incredibly difficult and one she's analyzing furiously now.
Well, this is much like a ball. You dress up for the ball. You get ready for the ball. You want to be presented. You want to present yourself at this moment where people are watching, friends and family back home. And so when it doesn't come out the way you wanted to do, it's a disappointing moment, that's for sure. 55.56 for Nina, and that will put her 12th in the free program with a 98.81 total competition score, which will put her, at least for the moment, overall into 10th place.
Ninon Dapoigny from France has earned in total 98.81 points. She's currently in 10th place.
It's a lot of hard work for 3.5 minutes, and you need to produce. It's a very complicated and difficult sport.
Meda Variakojyte.
And now to the 17-year-old Meda Variakojyte, the high school student who will skate to Van Gogh and Voilà by Barbora Pravi.
Écoutez-moi, moi la chanteuse près de nous. Parlez de moi, à vos amours, à vos amis. Parlez-leur de cette fille aux yeux noirs et de son rêve fou. Moi ce que je veux, c'est écrire les histoires qui arrivent jusqu'à
Meda Variakojyte, the skater who's doubling up in senior and junior competition and showcasing increasing maturity and what seemed to be perfectly good phrasing for, as you said, the needs of the skater as Lithuania's male competitor cheers ringside.
You know what? I love this program. Can she move faster? Yeah, absolutely. She needs to have a little bit more ice coverage. But this is detailed, precise, extremely well thought out, well executed. There's the double axle, nice and tight in the air. Look at that cover up of that landing over rotation, just beautifully done. And then there's the triple lutz, very quick in the air. Euler, triple Salchow, nice. Not a lot of ice coverage, not a lot of momentum coming in. It's safe, but it's clean. There's the triple flip, very elegant as well, Mark.
Yeah, well, it's interesting now because Meda's done a great job here in a virtually clean skate, and now the question is to push the grades of execution as we see this 1 through Salchow, triple Salchow, double toe. The increase of speed when a skater is established and comfortable with their amount of speed into a jump entry, it can be so daunting and so scary to change that and to tweak that. And so now Meda, in the midst of the competitive season, as we see this camel side feature, whether or not she'll have the time, devotion and training to really go for that new assumed speed. So to say, right, I'm just going to go for it now. I am a new skater in regards to the speed that I accept.
You know, Mark, in many ways, it's all she needs to add because she has so many other aspects of her skating which are absolutely delightful and of the highest quality. But it's a little bit methodical. Even though the music is a little bit slower like that, it doesn't mean that you have to move slow or, you know, cover the ice slowly. But no, that's just lovely. Now her personal best is 102.24, so you can see that that's a good score for a free program. She's going to fall a little short of that score here tonight, but delightful.
Yeah, and I think the skating skills are coming in at 5.14. If she could inject speed, she's got a gorgeous presence, elegant line. If she could inject the speed, take that to a 6, then that will carry through to the other two components. She could potentially be adding 6 points or more, I think, relatively easily in components. But I dare say I think Meda's already probably had 6s. I think she's capable, though, of 7s in the not too distant future.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree. Well, 88.86, that is second in the free program for Meda, with a total competition score of 133.80, and that'll put her for the moment into first place. And they look a little inquisitive. They're wondering, you can see their eyebrows down, and I'm wondering what they're thinking. Probably that they would have been a little bit higher score. And I'll have to take a look at the report card. There are 2 elements that were under-rotated, so that, and a cue as well. Okay, now what's going on here? We got group number 4 coming on. Okay. Time flies when you have fun here, Mark.
Amen. And time's going to fly through this warm-up when you hear some of the questions we've got. Wow.
Oh boy. Okay. Hurry up. Let's go.
Yeah. We'll see how readily I get through some. But wow. Okay. I won't get to that one. We'll see. Simple one first.
Yeah.
When do the Senior Grand Prix start? I miss Yuma Kagiyama. P.S. Thanks for the commentary.
Well, the Senior Grand Prix will start 1 week after Wuji, the final Junior Grand Prix, and that'll start in Allen, Texas. The Skate America will unfold there. I'll be covering that, and of course you're doing 4 Senior Grand Prix as well. Next question.
Yes, it's hard to comprehend that there's only 3 weeks to the start of that.
I know.
Next questions, we have some brilliant questions coming in from our friend and purveyor of all comedy and laughter at the ISU, Teresa Marca, and she was just wanting us to explain some of the skating superstitions. Teresa's just wonderful for our social media, and she's often on site and can see some of the interesting antics that take place. She asked what quirky rituals or good luck charms do skaters have before hitting the ice?
I don't know. I mean, because I haven't asked them, but you know, if you watch them, we'll send out our social media crew to actually just to film them to find out all the quirky moves. But you know, how you lace up your skates, which boot you put on first, or which glove you put on first, or which position you go onto the ice, where you put your guards, how you put your guards, you know, how you line them up. Some people are really particular about that. What else, Mark?
Well, I have a skater who would, it had become, I won't name names, but they were fascinating in their superstitions that the family had come up with. So one of the slightly more common ones was to make sure that the skater was always the first to step onto the ice for a warm-up.
That's hard.
What do you 6 people in a warm-up.
Do you have to push people behind you? I mean, how do you do that?
She had to make sure she was there early, and she would just politely suggest that I'm the first one going on that ice, honey. That was one.
Yeah.
And then they had a trophy cabinet, which they would then speak to the night before the competition and ask the trophy cabinet for some good luck. And so they got this, and the thing was the skaters were winning often, so then it became a thing. Well, now we've got to talk to the trophy cabinet and ask for the good luck. And it's fun to see how superstitions are formed.
Yeah. It's all part of sport, though. I think most sports do have, most athletes in any sport have some superstitions.
I tell you what I used to think about. So I'm trying to think. I used to think, oh, you know, you make your own luck. You shouldn't get too assigned to superstition and whatnot. I used to, when I was competing internationally as an ice dancer, the official practice, as was the case for all of the women on the ice now, they will all have been on the ice earlier today, and then for most of them they would then return to the official hotel, maybe try and take a nap, try and rest, try and get some downtime. I would always panic because the run-throughs are so exhausting. I was thinking, and I was always nervous, so it felt like my tummy was always empty. It was like I was burning up like squillions of calories and nervous energy, and so I would always think, oh, I need to eat more food to get through this run-through, and I became obsessed about eating more, which to some athletes it can be the complete reverse. They don't want to eat a thing because they're anxious with nerves. So
would you say that you're would you say you're an overthinker?
Oh my goodness, like I just wish I could turn the switch off.
Okay, let's go. Next question.
Training on the ground versus on the ice. How much time do skaters spend off the ice doing ballet, gymnastics, or strength training to prepare for those flawless routines?
Well, you know, it depends on every athlete, of course, but, you know, they do at least an hour a day, and some may do 2 hours. It depends on the season. I mean, early in the season, they're probably going to do a lot in the springtime as they're getting themselves back into shape, and they're working on their routines, and they have a new genre of music, and they do more dance or more ballet or whatever. During the competitive season, they probably do, you know, anywhere from 45 minutes or half an hour to an hour a day, and some will do more to keep themselves going. Yeah, so it depends on the season.
And it's really interesting to consider which different off-ice regimens the different athletes in their teams take. So sometimes you can even see just from the style that they have, whether or not there's been more of a focus on plyometric work, which is the explosive jumping ability, versus those that will choose to do perhaps more ballet refinement. And then you can sometimes even see in the physique the different training methods that are undertook in their off-ice supplementary work.
And in pair skating, obviously the men are going to do perhaps some lifting, obviously lifting with a partner off-ice, no question, but they might do some weights as well. So it depends on the discipline, and it depends on the time of the season.
Pilates are a good one too.
Okay.
What's in a skater's bag? Skate bag. Wow.
Well, that should remain. We should remain secrecy. I don't know. Obviously, guards and wipes for their blades to dry them off. Probably an extra pair of laces. Probably maybe even an extra pair of guards. Tape for sure. Tape their skates. What else are you thinking of? Oh yeah, totally. Screwdrivers, absolutely, and maybe some plugs. So some wood plugs that go in the hole in the boot if they need to. You know, all sorts of possible repairs that they might need. Obviously a little sewing kit in case something starts to fall apart. Probably their mom is in there somewhere to help them sew, you know. I don't know. Yeah, you know, things like that.
But I remember being at an event, I think it might have been at British Championships when I was single skater, and my laces snapped, and I was terribly, I'm surprised at myself when I'm thinking back, unprepared enough not to have extra laces. Unfortunately, one of my competitors very kindly gave some to me.
What do you mean, unfortunately? You mean
Good
fortunately?
Fortunately, yes. Definitely fortunately.
You said unfortunately. But anyways, okay.
Did I? Oh, gosh.
Okay, end of the warm-up. Now back to competition. Here we go, Mark. Take it over.
Well, the final Polish representative in the women's event, Noelle Streuli, she has been the Polish representative at the Junior World Championships for the past 3 seasons. An elegant skater who, as we have discussed throughout the event, somebody who's conscientious in trying to make sure today the rotation of the triple jumps are called clean. Noelle Streuli, such an elegantly delicate skater, well packaged, well prepared. But as predicted and feared, it's just the rotation there as the Polish flag is waved. And the under rotations will be 80% of the value. The downgrades, which we spoke about, that's the value of the double. Quarter rotation short, that's creative execution impact, and those will be the consequences for the score of Noelle Streuli. But despite the rotation issues, she does cut an amazing aesthetic on the ice.
I think she thinks that, feels that it was a pretty good program. She stood up on a lot of the things. Yes, they're unrotated, but at the moment, you don't really know. Is that under? Is it going to be okay? You're not sure. Your job is to keep going and to stand up. And she kind of did that as we take a look at the triple lutz. That's going to be looked at into the double toe. In fact, that is under-rotated. There's the triple flip, and that is also under-rotated with an edge. And there's triple Lutz a little bit later in the program, and that is in clean. There's the triple loop, that's clean as well. So it's got better a little bit later in the program. The double axel, double toe loop. She got a little stronger. Didn't let any of the mistakes take her down, unravel the program. So that was a good fight on her part, and I think she was pretty pleased with that coming off the ice. And there's the final pose, and the smile and the kiss and cry. Her personal best is 102.77, but her season's best is 88.61. She'll be more in that range with this program.
And great to see Noelle happy and smiling in the kiss and cry, and Lorenzo Magri, the coach, just oozing a positivity. And it was interesting to hear from Coach Linda Van Trooyen about the need to support the athletes. And so whilst Noelle tries to resume back to the form that had her top 15 at Junior World Championships, it's great to know that she will be supported through this little dip as she struggles to regain that form. It's wonderful to know that she's supported both as an athlete and as a human.
Yeah, it was a good step to getting back on track here with an 88.05. That is third with the free program. Total competition score 136.19, and that'll put Noelle currently into first place. And of course, the athletes don't know the other scores really, so they're not sure where that number fits them. It may not be the number they want. She's sitting in first at the moment.
A my powitajmy reprezentantkę Tajwanu. Next to skate representing Chinese Taipei, Yu-Feng Tsai.
And now to Yu-Feng Tsai, the 15-year-old representing Chinese Taipei. And she will skate to a cello concerto by Camille Sanson. Yu-Feng Tsai continues her return to form. As I mentioned in the short program, she had a lower score at the Asian Open and then much better in Ankara, and looking happy and satisfied at the conclusion of her performance in Gdansk. Just as we have said, the recurring theme through this event, though, it will be rotation, and it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 7 jumping passes are being assessed now, and so the score that is currently over 100 points is at the mercy of the tech panel now, whether the rotation, well, not the mercy of the tech panel, so the mercy of the rotation achieved.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll take a look at some of these, and we'll just slow it down a little bit so you can see the landings. Watch the contact with the ice. That is not all the way around. It's under-rotated slightly. Double axel. That looked better. Can't really judge from our camera angles, are different than what the judges are seeing. But that is absolutely under-rotated, if not downgraded. Watch this one here. That is also certainly under-rotated, I would guess. Assume.
That was okay, I think.
Yeah, it looked a little bit better, yeah. But it is the double loop actually was under-rotated, which is verified in the system. So 3 elements are currently under-rotated. 1 is on the quarter. And the final Salka is being looked at right now. It seems to be okay. Nope, it's under-rotated too. So 4 under-rotations, 1 quarter, and that's gonna cost some points here, Mark.
Yeah, and that's for the skaters then, because Yu-Feng seems, and you sense satisfaction and joy. She proudly showcases her flag in the kiss and cry, and we're going to get a chance to see where she represents. But for the skater then now, she had 103, I think, last week. And so now, if it's less than that and she seems happy, there can be that confusion, but you just wonder how much the skater immediately clicks. Is that then...
Well, I think for her...
rotational call, or is that component?
Yeah, I think for her, she felt that was a pretty clean skate, right? But it's those small little details, which you'll see that on the report card, of course. But this is a really lovely skater. Beautiful choreography, wonderful presentation of that. Everything, all of that is good. Spin's good, that's all good. It's just that rotation position is just open, and therefore slow rotation and under rotation, and that's going to cost a lot of points and affect the GOE as well. So you're affecting your... you're getting reduced in your score plus the GOE. So, you know, it's costly.
The score speed. Zawodniczka uzyskała w programie dowolnym
92.96 for Yu-Feng Tsai. That thumbs up. I think they're happy with that. The 141.89, and that'll put her in first place. That helps the PCs are all in the mid to higher 5s. You take a look at the top 5 of the leaderboard. Did you think it was a little higher than you thought, or what?
Yeah, you sense that she immediately knew why she received what she received.
Yeah. She's got it.
representing Denmark,
And now to the 18-year-old Camilla Winter Poulsen, who explained that she has no expectations for the competition, but hopes to showcase her hard work and take in the experience. And Camilla will skate to the Dia a la Casa Alcanza by Estrella Morent.
Del hombro se me la vida y la más fuerte
Camilla Winther Poulsen, a skater who did, I think, a really good job in the short program, and we can just see here perhaps the ankle sprain that ruled her out of participation in previous Junior Grand Prix. This her first Junior Grand Prix. Maybe there are little niggling injuries that have prevented her ability to skate as cleanly and strongly as we saw from the short program.
Yeah, it sort of came to our attention because she can do a nice triple Lutz. The second triple Lutz was on their planned program sheet as a double Lutz. We go, well, really? She can do a triple Lutz. But it's probably protecting the ankle, as you mentioned, and using their strategies to get through the competition. So we see her leap up into the air on that double axel, just beautiful. And watch her pop way up in the air on that triple Lutz. It didn't get quite as high as she would want to. You see the triple Salchow, great height all the way around, but too far forward, touches the free leg down as well. Good jumper, she's quick off the takeoff and down up. Beautiful triple loop.
It's interesting, I'm just trying to get an assessment as to why or when the skaters will choose to use the arms aloft to stretch out the rotational position when they won't. And I was trying to consider if it was just going to be more likely to happen on flip and loose takeoff jumps. There, Camilla chose to use that rotational position with the triple loop, so.
Yeah, it can really help straighten your spine, but it all depends on which jumps you use it on. And as it came into sort of fashion, people thought they were just trying to get the extra feature, but it really was to straighten the spine and speed up the rotation. But for some people, stretching those arms above the head is more problematic because it's another body, two body parts, but you got to put it in the right position. And if you can't get them up there, then they're more disturbing than they are helpful. Free program score for Camila, 76.06. That's 8th in the free program with a total competition score of 125.02, and that'll put it for the moment into 7th place.
In total 125.02 points. She's currently in 7th place.
Good jumper, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And now to the 14-year-old born in Dordrecht, Angel Dillebach, representing the Netherlands. She'd explained that as she also recovers from injury, she has increased the difficulty of the planned program content for this, her free skate, as she skates to music, Lucia de Lammermoor and the Diva Dance.
That was awesome.
Yes, Angel Delavac absolutely delivering, and as mentioned, intended to increase difficulty. Previously, her final jump was triple salto. This occasion, triple loop, and just ensuring that she continues to make progression after the 102-point score she achieved in her free skate in Ostrava. Kudos to her.
And here's the triple lutz at the top of the program, double loops, good start to the free program, and followed up by the triple flip. Gets that all the way around as well. There's one element with an under rotation. There is right there, that triple toe loop. And here we get set up for a triple loop, double toe loop. Just looking at the score sheet, so she's done quite well. She has 2 jumps with on the quarter and 1 under rotated.
Interesting that Angel certainly seems happier with the right leg takeoff jumps, loop, flip, and loose than the toe.
Yeah.
As we see this 3-jump combo.
You can see the smile right there. Yeah. You know, sometimes a clean skate for the skater still got some little items, which we'll see here, but overall for Angel, that was solid. That was a clean program on the Junior Grand Prix. There's some little nuances that need to be fixed up, of course. Now, 102.15 is her personal best, and she's going to fall. She might beat that. We'll see as the scores are coming in. But she has a great feeling right now at sitting in the kiss and cry.
And I don't think we've seen any PBs or any immediately visible personal bests, and so I'd love to see because everybody's working hard. Everybody is desperately craving their best, and Coach Yorick Hendricks will have been working hard to promote this talent, because I believe that Yorick's worked with Angel from the start of her skating career. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Yorick explained that he's been working with this skater from the beginning. So this is an example of his coaching. So everybody's keen, and now hopefully we'll get to see a reaction to all that hard work.
Reaction. 105.34. That is a personal best, a new one. That's first with a 155.48. Wow. There's the smile. There's the pride. And she sits in first place at this stage of the competition. Really well done. One of those performances that you pursue through your life, and although not all perfect, pretty close for this stage of her development.
Next to skate, representing Finland, Lotta Artimo.
And now to the 16-year-old from Helsinki, Lotta Artimo. She dreamed of competing at Junior Grand Prix last year when injured. Now she's here. Lotta Artimo
Wystąpiła dla Państwa
digging deep.
Lotta
The
Artimo.
performance that she gave in Bangkok had some popped jumps, which were perhaps a sign of fatigue towards the end. She appeared to be able to cling on to more here, although looks like too many flip jumps. So just looking through, we had 2 triple flips, 2 double flips.
I don't think there was anything thrown out. As we take a look at the triple flip there, that's going to probably be under-rotated into the double toe loop. Yeah. One more triple lots near the end of the program, and that is going to be under-rotated into the double toe loop. So right now she's got 2, one under-rotated, 1 on the quarter, tension, and then that other double flip, I guess that is thrown out. There's zeros on that.
It's interesting when the skater's in the middle of the performance, and if things are unraveling a little bit, sometimes they're on in the moment changes, and so perhaps Lotta Artimo was just thinking, okay, right, well, I'll substitute or change some of the planned program content, and so consequently then, under the pressure of the moment, you can make mistakes that aren't called for or aren't planned for.
So much happens so quickly in the program where your brain is trying to think, but really you don't want to think too much, right? So it's such an interesting challenge. It's like any sport. There's lots going on, obviously, very quickly, and your ability to be an automatic pilot, because you're so well trained, but your also ability to assess what's happening at the moment and make small corrections if you're capable of doing it. So, yeah, this is a hard sport.
And that's where the skaters like Lotta will be trained for contingencies, but then equally, as we were talking about with regards to how much time Lotta has in training, you don't want to train contingencies for mistakes. You want to only consider the epic goal of clean skate.
Exactly, 76.11 for the free program. That is 9th for Lotta, with a 126.62, and that'll put her currently overall into 8th place.
Lotta Artimo from Finland has earned in total 126.62 points. She's currently in 8th place.
Boy, it's so many of the skaters now, can do the triple I's, can do the triple flip, and all those things, and as we move along.
Represents Canada. Please welcome Lulu Lin.
Now to the 14-year-old Lulu Lin. Ted, you've seen her deliver a clean free skate in practice. We'll need that now to help her to move up within the top 10 in Gdansk. 14-year-old Lulu Lin struggled in the short program and struggling in the free skate here, but hopefully the support of her teammates will help her as she advances towards Coach Paul ringside.
Yeah, this was a really challenging skate for Lulu, and she's so good. And as I said, I watched her in practice sessions get a clean program after a 6-minute warm-up and skating first, and we're really proud of her. It was nice to see a Canadian girl just take this on and say, I'm going to do it. But, you know, she's capable of all these jumps. This was a night that was just a little off kilter. She wasn't comfortable. She was fighting for everything, and it just wasn't as natural. And sometimes those performances happen. It's not that you're not a good skater. It's that night you're a little bit off. And it was that right here. So I think that, though, and I predict now, remember this, Mark, is that this performance will pave the way for a much brighter day for Lulu Lin. She's a very good skater. She's a beautiful skater. She has a soul in her performance. And she's going through a little bit of, okay, what is this? What's going on? Because she used to be able to control everything. And so there's that stage where athletes start to question themselves a little bit. But Lulu is just too good, too smart to have this, drag on very long. She'll come back. She'll bounce back.
And I read an interview where Lulu had said, I think there's always something that I can do to improve, and having a lot of years in junior will help set me up better for senior. So when a skater's already got that maturity of mindset when things were going well, because obviously she had a great Junior Worlds. This interview was after Junior Worlds where she finished 10th and she was 6th in the free skate at that event. If you can make a statement like that when things are going well and recognize that there's always room for progression, it gives a comprehension for the maturity of the 14-year-old.
And this is the learning that she's talking about. Because the learning, you don't learn much when you skate really well. You enjoy it. But here's the learning. It doesn't feel like it. But she'll learn from this, and I think we'll see a much stronger Lulu Lin the rest of the way this season. Hopefully for her, with a 93.60, that's second in the free program, even with those mistakes. So that shows the quality. With a 148.30, and that'll put Lulu for the moment at least into second place. Not what she's capable of, certainly, and not what she wants, what she has. But this will only motivate her even more moving forward. Okay, we are at the end of group number 4. 2 more groups to come. 1 ice resurfacing as we take a look at the standings so far in this event. Mark, what's on the agenda for this ice resurfacing?
Well, a chance to listen to winner of the Junior Grand Prix, Mao Shimada, who will be the last skater on the second day of competition. And then to the Day in the Life series with Ingrid de Bolter, the technical specialist in ice dance. And then to another winner, an interview with Kaoruko Wada, who will be the penultimate skater today. And finally to the Junior Grand Prix 2023 Istanbul backstage fun.
We hope you enjoy the entertainment. We'll be back right after this.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations. So you were the expected favorite coming into this competition. Were you excited to start your new Junior Grand Prix campaign?
またこのジュニアグランプリシリーズにまた出ることができてとても嬉しく思ってます。
I think the skating community is very happy that Mao is back. Now I understand that your new free program is a Japanese piece of music choreographed by the brilliant Lori Nickel, and the theme is the 4 seasons of Japan. Is this right?
はい、合ってます。
Excellent. And I also understand that your short program to Wicked, you also went to meet the lead performer in Japan of Defying Gravity. Is that correct? I'm sure that was a huge inspiration if that was the case.
本当で、少し質問もさせてもらっていい経験になりました。
Fantastic. Now, Mao, in this event, you're obviously the favorite. You're the 2-time and reigning junior world champion, and you maybe did not need to push yourself as much to win the title here, but you chose still to include triple axel and quadruple toe loop. I understand also in practice you're aiming to push yourself even further. I gather you might be working on quad loops as well. Is that the case?
で、4ルーツも少し練習してるんですけど、まずはアクセルと4回転トーループが安定はまだしていないので、そこをメインに今年もやっていきたいと思います。
Amazing. Well, you've won 2 junior world titles already. I imagine that is the goal for the season. Do you have any other goals for the remainder of this season?
もう シーズンももちろん世界ジュニアで優勝したいという気持ちはすごいあるんですけど、それより私は表現力も評価してもらえるようにしたいので、ジャンプだけではないところを見せていきたいです。
I think I just wanted to extend our thanks. I think the skating community is just so grateful and glad to see you back and wishing you all the success for the rest of the season.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
You're not sure we're perfectly normal. Yeah, okay. I wasn't so sure yesterday either. After the event. Hi everybody, I'm Ingrid Charlotte Walter. I'm an ISU technical controller for ice dance and an ISU referee for ice dance singles and pairs. And my job here in the Junior Grand Prix in Linz is the technical controller for ice dance. So we are here sitting together, the so-called technical panel. We have the job of looking at the elements all the couples, dance couples have in their program, and in finding out what kind of features they do, because the elements themselves can be made more difficult and get a higher value by having more and difficult features. Exit. I question the split. Yes? Question mark? No? So this is a lot of material one has to take in very, very quickly. And that is why we sit in the practice time and try to find and see what they are doing. We write that down in a kind of shorthand, which every person devises for him or herself. For instance, I draw a lot. You can see that later on the sheets we have, whereas others just do it in numbers, which frightens me. I couldn't do that, but there are number people, so that would be fine for them. And when it comes to the competition, we transfer the elements and the features onto the competition sheet. Of course, no level at all, because we have to see what it could be there is really performed. And that is then what we mark down. But it speeds up everything very quickly. Usually we have two technical specialists. These are my two colleagues, Roxanne and Helen. And the one calls mainly the man and the other mainly the woman. And if we have, for instance, a spin in which both are involved, it is the specialist one who does the call of the level. Also to the team belong the data operator. He puts in the levels and the elements we call into the program and the software, so that the judges on their judges stand get the elements in the right order on their screen, because they have to evaluate the quality. And we have a video cutter, of course, because we have one whole program of 3 to 4 minutes, and we just need the little clips, which are also used to review by the judges and by us, whatever is shown. And so the video cutter cuts as soon as we say this element is coming up. That is, one of the technical specialists always says, next element, and then the element they know, they can prepare what they have to cut. And then the specialist one says the element when it starts. As soon as the program is finished, again, the data gives us the number of elements, also on which we called a review. A review is something we call when we are not quite sure whether it was really seen what we saw. For instance, we have two people on the ice, and in a step sequence, one of them could well hide the steps of the other by just being there, obviously. So then we would need, as an example, a review to see whether we can really have a look at the other steps. If not, we go with what we have seen and go always with the skater. I think that completes the whole process. I'm afraid it was more than 3 sentences. Never mind. We can cut.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Subarashikata desu. How are you?
まさか優勝できるとは思ってませんでしたし、ショートもフリーもすごく楽しんで演技することができたので、すごく良かったです。
Now, I understand that the great Mao Shimada, three-time world champion, is your idol. How much of an inspiration is she to you?
ソチオリンピックを見た時にすごく感動してスケートをやってみたいって思った時からずっと憧れで、真央ちゃんはステップがすごくうまいですし、サインももらったことがあってすごく優しいので大好きです。
You will compete again on the Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk, Poland. What are your goals now that you've won this event? What are your goals for that competition?
今回まだまだ足りないところがたくさんあると思うので、そういうところをさらに克服してポーランドではもっと楽しく、もっと完璧な演技を皆さんにお見せできるように頑張りたいです。
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the Junior Grand Prix series. Omedetou gozaimasu.
This is Mark right here, Mark already. Welcome back to the second JGP in Istanbul. Like, look at this. Nice.
Want to make sure we have our team here to cheer them on.
zapraszam już następujące zawodniczki. The following skaters may now take the ice for the 6-minute warm-up. From Switzerland, Leandra Tzimpoukakis. Also from Switzerland, Olivia Bacsa. From United
Welcome back,
States,
everyone, to
Andrea
day number 2 here in Gdansk, the women's free program. The final 2 groups. Group number 5 is on the ice right now for the warm-up, and as we start to zero in on the medals here and more points for the Junior Grand Prix final coming up in early December. Mark, do we have any more questions left from the day's work so far? What do we got, like 10, I don't know, 11, about 11 hours done already?
Well, I'm going to have to come to it, Ted. We have had a question from @Women with Madness. That's the
okay, first of all, that
handle.
doesn't sound good. At Women with Madness? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
I mean, a woman after my own heart. I've certainly got madness in me. But the question, I think, was posed last week's Junior Grand Prix, but it wasn't aired. And the question is, what is your favorite dinosaur?
My favorite.
You did hear that correctly.
Dinosaur?
What is your favorite dinosaur?
Probably pretty much the only ones that I would know the name of. I don't know. God.
See, I've got to go with like a herbivore type of dinosaur. Like I just have to go for a nice, friendly one. Isn't there like a purple dinosaur? Isn't Barney a dinosaur?
Barney.
Is he a
I'm
dinosaur?
going with Barney because you know what? That's the only dinosaur I know. Barney.
Okay.
But we have big dinosaurs. Had big dinosaurs in Canada and Alberta. There's a whole park that's dedicated to the remains of dinosaurs, and yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big dinosaur study guy, so I'm going with Barney. I know Barney. Barney's purple.
In an attempt to...
They probably don't know what
particularly
Barney
enlighten
is. They may not know who Barney is, though. So check that out.
Well,
on
that's
Google.
true, yeah. In light of the fact that I am cognizant of the fact that often it is me with my ramblings that takes it off target, I'm going to segue us now to just acknowledging some of the friends that I have that are tuning in. So some of the cast members of Dancing on Ice, the TV show that I work on in the UK, Colin Grafton and Annette Dieter, are listening and watching, further confirming that skaters past, present and future are all tuning in to watch some of the best years in the world.
That's
really
cool. What's their names again?
Colin Grafton and Annette Dieter, and I mean, I don't know the others. They might be tuning in as well. But,
Colin and Annette,
those two reached out.
thank you to come for the broadcast. I'm questioning, what else are you missing on this day? What time is it in England? You know, but thank you.
Well, it's Friday night. You know, anybody that's choosing to watch skating on a Friday night, showcasing that they prioritize the JGP.
No, it's cool. The stories of these young skaters is just amazing. You know, we see the performances, and Mark and I have a lot of fun as well. And we get some great questions, some real thought-provoking questions, and some questions that we're going, I don't know the answer to that one. And also we reach out to the audience. We want them to think about if you could sort of redesign the sport or add to the sport for a viewer's enjoyment, what would it be? Like, we keep asking for that. We don't get any answers yet. We have people that, you know, would have comments and maybe the odd complaint here, which is legitimate, but we're looking for answers. And the ISU is very open to their Vision 2030, trying to, I don't want to say reinvent the sport, but add to it. So, yeah, got any ideas, send them our way.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, Ted, because I did see a post online which is suggesting that they were against the idea of the unseeded draw in the short program, and they were saying that the ISU should then in turn consider the target audience and then to save the seeded skaters for later on in the event, so that then skaters could tune in and watch just the ones they wanted to see. Which I hear, so I'm reading this and I'm thinking, okay, I need to listen to this, I need to understand that. But then I think, well, I suppose you've got the free skate though. That's where we had the seeded draw.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, no, exactly. So it's a little bit of, you know, got to give and take a little bit. I have something that Yuri, you know Yuri, photographer, he came and asked this question. I thought,
oh yes,
that's a really good question. He said, do skaters get extra bonus for being able to do elements in the opposite direction of their natural rotational direction? And I said, well, you know, in a spin, there's a feature, when you change feet, you change it over to the opposite direction. Yeah, there's a feature there, but then I started thinking, I said, God, that's not a bad idea. Like, if you do a double axel the opposite direction, or you do a double flip, or whatever the element might be, could that be a bonus? That's not easy to do. That's extremely difficult. It's okay, write this 1,000-word essay with your other hand.
Yeah.
Like, good luck, right? So I thought that was really cool, and I thought, well, maybe that's something people could think about, is like, how do they enhance the sport? How do they make this a little bit different, a little bit more difficult, a little bit more challenging? And maybe that's one of the ways. I don't know. Send your ideas and send your thoughts on that idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I remember when we were talking about it, I was saying I thought that before we saw the quad axle that might be where things went in terms of changing things up a little bit in regarding the difficulty. I think we have seen it though. I've seen Rohin Ward, who's one of the most talented skaters to grace the planet.
Totally.
I think he could do triple loops both ways, like all the triples, which is nuts. And Todd Elbridge, 95 world champion, he could do double axle both ways as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really a neat idea, and so we're just tossing it out there for people's input and ideas, and what, you know, and asking for new ones as well. So there you go. Like, look, the back flip, which Surya Bonali did illegally in, I don't remember what year it was.
98.
And now it is legal, and not a lot of points coming with it, but. You know, so things are starting to change. They're looking for more possibilities. Hey, fans, send in some ideas. It's easy to sit back and, you know, say, hey, you know, this or that, but we're open for business. Not we, but the sport is open for business.
Everybody wants to see the sport thrive.
Powitajmy na tabli reprezentantkę Szwajcarii. Our next skater represents
Powerful high 10 between Leandra and Lorenzo as the 15-year-old from Zurich assumes her start. Well, pat of the thighs as she takes her start position, hoping to deliver the triple-triple that eluded her in the short program. Isn't it wonderful when we see somebody that has just fulfilled their training potential under the spotlight of competition, and that a great example from Leandra Tzimpoukakis, who's a really interesting skater, quite unique in her stylization. It's strong and it's passionate. It's not necessarily elegant, but it's got her very own unique stance. I appreciate that.
So great to see when emotion comes out. We see emotion of disappointment quite often, but when we see emotion of pride right at the end of the program, that is special. That is when you have worked so hard and dreamt so much for a program like this, and when it comes together you go, oh my gosh, I didn't know it was possible, and now I've done it. This is a great skate for her.
Yeah, and I think having finished 6th in Bangkok and then the disappointment of the short program finding herself in 12th place, maybe that's just added some fuel to the fire for a skater that seems to be aggressive, but aggressive in a controlled way.
Yeah, I mean, she's assertive, I would say. And
assertive,
yeah,
much better choice
but
of vocabulary.
Controlled assertion. Yeah, it's really strong. And her personal best is 111.70. She might come close to that here right now. And either way, she came off the ice proud of what she had done on the ice, so that's good. These numbers will only be a bonus if it's going to make her happy.
And now for Leandra, because she showcased consistency, it's now, okay, this is very clearly now where you're at. You're hovering around this 111-point marker, so it's now all about program components, or indeed, actually, maybe working triple axel, and I gather that she has got that in her training plan.
Yeah, what's happening in Switzerland? It's incredible. These skaters are coming out. 112.64, that's a season and personal best. And that puts Leandra currently into first place. Total competition score of 167.36. That was gratifying, and that was wonderful to watch. 2 thumbs up, absolutely.
In total, 167.36 points. She's currently in first place.
That was fun.
Well, from Leandra to her training mate, Olivia Bacsa, both making the trip to Gdansk, both obviously trained by the same coaching staff with brilliant skaters. Can Olivia follow in the footsteps of what just happened before with another clean skate? Completely different style of skater. Hopefully 7 triple free skate for her too. Olivia Bacsa, it's so fascinating to see the two skaters that train together with the same coaching staff perform back to back. This a much less successful technical skate for Olivia than Leandra, but I think arguably better skating skills. Good to see Leandra immediately in the stands to support her friend and training mate. That's so impressive to me.
Such a strong skater, Olivia, and perhaps the music had a strong beat and pulse to it. It was too far forward on the triple lutz double toe to start the program, so it was a little harder to connect with a lot of motion to that program. But such an athlete, so determined. She delivered a lot of good elements, especially that triple loop was just so beautifully executed. Triple lutz a little bit later in the program, fought to get double toe loop and the twizzle. Triple suck a little bit later as well, but had to take the fall. Didn't get necessarily all the way around and didn't check the free leg back. But
and Olivia has the classic line, the free foot always pointed, the glide of her running edge is superior. But this is a skater who'd explained to me that she started studying at gymnasium, where she'll be for 5 years to get her diploma. And so she acknowledged it's difficult to manage everything. And in spite of that juggling that she's got to do, you sense in this program the awareness and maturity of the need to fight. There were a couple of landings where she wasn't in the optimal positioning and was just reconsidering, thinking on her feet the whole time. And although this was not what she wanted ideally, you can see the intelligence, the well-educated intelligence of her delivery here.
Yeah, no, it has the abilities. There's no question of that. It's just a part of the training and learning. It's a constant journey, and she's 15 years old in a busy life, so this is not easy. But I think that was, to some point, was a successful skate for her. She certainly demonstrated the abilities, some mistakes here or there, part of the process, early in the season still, and much more to come. Let's see, she's got two jump elements with an attention, but one of the quarter, and that's it. So the rest of the elements were marked to be clean. 98.79, just a little bit shy of her personal best. And that is third at the free program with a 153.73. That'll put her overall, for the moment, into third place. Here is a look again at your top 5 skaters so far.
She's currently in first place.
And now we head towards the top 10 skaters after their short program, with the 15-year-old Cleo Park taking it to the ice. And this, her current free skate, different to that which she originally started this season. There's something, the theory of everything that she connects to more. Cleo Park completes her free skate, and this is a skater who this season in domestic events in Pasadena and in Anaheim, Cleo had posted over 121 points. So I was hoping she'd be able to deliver here, but this, you know, her Junior Grand Prix is a different entity, and I don't know if that is perhaps the reason behind the mistakes, but so hard to recover after that fall in the first jumping pass.
Here's the triple Lutz. The pick goes in really early, so she doesn't get the pop off the ice, doesn't get all the way around, and has to take the fall. Now she has to cope with that disappointment. Coming in the triple flip, a little bit on the lean, but manages to fight that landing off. That is under-rotated. And there's the triple loop. It's okay. Coming back down the ice for the triple toe. Again, a little bit open in the air, so rotating a bit slower, just to offer game a little bit. Sets that second triple Lutz up a little bit better, but on a lean, and that is under review as well. Which we saw a little bit later was more efficient in the air. They're certainly very capable and has some really nice parts of her program, but a little off her game here tonight. Still very good.
Yeah, absolutely, and ultimately it'd be interesting to see if Cleo want to see it again on the international scene, to see if she can make that 120-point marker some semblance of consistency. And as we've said before with other skaters, once the clean skate delivered, then we can assess how the fundamental quality of the skater lies as to where their skating skills are, and also the GOEs that they offer.
You know, Cleo's had a really good career to this point, otherwise she wouldn't be here. But you know, when you see the kids go through their disappointment's not even the right word, that emotional reaction as to they know they can do more, but they don't know how. And so it's just a matter of you have to get back on the horse, you have to go again, right? That's why these experiences are so important.
And I think you sense that Cleo Park, having changed her free skate, must have some autonomy and some say in her own skating. She was previously skating to Jungle Cruise, but it didn't fit, so she decided to change. So she knows what she wants, and you can see she's simulating what she wanted to do, perhaps on the ice even here now. So on the back of this, she sings along to Top Loader. She can make the adjustments and the changes to head towards US National Championships for.
Yeah, and I wonder in her head what was the number? Okay, first of all, you got a good skate done, but once you get the skate done or wherever you hit, what is the number that would make her happy? You know, and I think she obviously knows she's not going to reach that number because there's too many mistakes. But let's take a look and find out as we watch her reaction to the score as well for the free program. And that is a 94.88. That is fourth in the free program so far. Competition score of 149.88, and that'll put her overall for the moment into fourth place. Not what she was hoping for, clearly. She's certainly more capable of much more. We'll see that, I'm sure, through the rest of the season.
She's currently in fourth place. Przed Państwem reprezentantka Słowacji. Next to skate, representing Slovakia.
Alisa Lilova representing Slovakia. And this, one of the most stark contrasts in music and theme for any of the skaters as she skates to music, The Race by Yellow. just 13 years of age. Alisa Lilova, who had mistakes in her free skate in Ostrava, and here, what impressed me, not just the flow that the skater has, because she just appears to have an effortless run of the blade, but the fact that she appeared indisputably confident that this was a clean skate. I said to you after the triple H triple toe, I knew she was going to land that. The energy around this person said, yep, we're going clean here. This is what's happening over the next 3.5 minutes.
There was no leaning, there was no off kilter in any of these jumps, really. I don't mean that she didn't have to fight for it. She didn't really, because she was right on top of the foot on the landing, so everything ran beautifully, and she kept the flow coming in. Watch the speed coming in this triple loop, through the air, on the landing, into the double toe. A little bit more, but still excellent. There's the triple Salchow. Look how nice and tight she is in the air. And watch, I'm going to super slow this down. Young skaters, watch the feet come right together. Look how tight those feet are, and how straight the legs are. So important. If you get that, you're going to be able to do any of those triple jumps in time. Let's see it one more time. Watch the feet. There they are, nice and tight. Go ahead, Mark.
As we look at the loop, which was the jump that caused her the problems in Ostrava, it's not the vehicle of choice for me to watch Alisa Lilova. I'm much more attuned to what she offered musically and artistically in this short program, but good to see that she is being pushed with the mindfulness of diversity of output in terms of the artistry. And interestingly also, a lot of the coaching that she has from her coaching staff here has had to be done online, and yet it's obviously proved to be really effective in showcasing this talent emerging.
Oh, there's the season's best at 109.63, and I think even the puppet is a little bit cross-eyed at the moment, but looking at that with a 164.68, that put Alicia currently into second place. Overall, great skate, good skater. Switzerland and Slovakia and the Netherlands, top 3 so far. How interesting is that? Maybe more to come.
Well, now to the Latvian Kira Baranovska, who told me that her favorite competition location is right here in Gdansk. She had a good short program, and she, alongside Anna Petseta, has some of the biggest jumping passes in this event. Kira Baranowska had a better free skate in Ostrava than the short program. The reverse is true in Gdansk for this 14-year-old, but for the mistakes that were made, that triple flip. She says that her favorite jumps are flip and loops, and they are such impressive jump takeoffs.
Really strong, and just as it started to unravel slightly and just get a little bit of a struggle in some of the elements, it was hard to find her way back to that comfort zone where you don't have to think too much. You just take off like we did on that triple toe loop. That was comfortable in a really good position. There's the triple flip. That was nice as well. So she figures she's on her game. She's feeling that way anyways. Here's the triple Lutz, good speed. And then that 3-turn up into a single axle, then up into a double, and with a 3-turn out. So now all of a sudden, the mind starts to go, okay, this is a bit more of a struggle, slips off the edge there. Oh no, I'm starting to lose it a little bit. She started out great, and then those little things happen. And again, this is the type of experience that you need to have to go, okay, now I know, okay, when this starts to happen, I gotta shut this down and get back on track.
And it did look for Kira that before the loop, she did the gorgeous triple toe and gorgeous triple flip. She proudly waves the Latvian flag or the Latvian recognition on her jacket. She did just take a back cross that had a little bobble and a little wobble, and I just think then the legs maybe started to go a wee bit, and then that sends those signals like, oh, have I got the energy? Am I okay? And second guessing starts to
you start to question yourself, and then your mind is on, you're questioning yourself as opposed to what's coming up, right? So, but again, that's just something you have to learn. Like, no one doesn't do this. Everyone goes through this. Every single one. I don't care who you are. You've gone through these type of programs, right?
Well, I said when she skated before, but I love the fact that she and Olga and Remo seem such a united front. Lovely.
Real positive people, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores. 98.47, that is a season best for Kira. That's 5th in the free program, with a total competition score of 154.63. That'll put her for the moment at least into 4th place. And that's with a number of mistakes, so she's thinking about, well, what would I have if I skate clean? How can I do that, right? That's that elusive program that you're always searching for.
Our next skater represents Estonia. Please welcome Maria-Elise Kajuverer.
And now to the Estonian Maria-Elise Kajuverer. She too hopes for the clean skate, but within this free program from Maria-Elise, some really interesting movement choices and some lovely nuances choreographically. Maria Eliskayuver, surprising that when there was such attention to the musicality earlier in the program that then she could be so late towards the end. So I guess perhaps that as the mistakes were unfolding, Maria Elis tweaked some of the timing to constitute that lateness on the music.
Yeah, I really like this skater. I think she has so much ability, so many abilities and class. She's patient with her choreography. She's a good jumper. They didn't all work today, this is for sure. Take a look at the triple flip, and slips off the back of the edge. Took that landing edge for granted just a little bit. And the triple loop, that was nice. Nice technique, good flow on both. Soft knees as well. Triple Saka coming down the ice. Little rough landing, but that's okay. All the technique is excellent on the takeoffs, but sometimes if you miss time a little bit, it's just simply not enough to get all the way around.
Yeah, and having finished, I think, her highest Junior Grand Prix place in Ostrava this season on her third year on the Junior Grand Prix, I was so hopeful that then Maria Elis would be able to build on that. But still, you know, we're dealing with very young 15-year-olds who are varying. What I must do is give a shout out. She's now working with Stéphane Lambiel, who we both acknowledge what a great program, but also I don't quite know how to pronounce her surname, but Tiu Valgamai, I think. The technique of this skater, is we're both acknowledging, is so well-rounded, and although not good today, very well trained, very well taught, very well educated in what constitutes refinement.
This is a very good skater who had a kind of a bad day. That's it. So when this all comes together, and that is just training, running the programs, more competitions, learning how to cope with not letting only one mistake stay at one, not go to 2 and 3. All that learning process of how to do what you're really totally capable of doing on a regular basis under the pressure of competition, which is the challenging part. Learning the skills is hard enough, but putting that in the competitive arena is also a new challenge and difficult as well. But this is a lovely, lovely skater. I've always liked her skating. I always wish her to have that magical performance. And it'll come. Not sure when, but it'll be there.
She holds, I need to better understand, and maybe I've forgotten, she holds a coin in the kiss and cry every time that she has as part of her dress, I think, and there's some significance here, and I need to reconnect with that. But Maria Elis.
You work for MI6, for God's sakes. Why don't you know that? Here we go. Let's take a look at the scores. 86.66 for Maria Elis with a 143.09 total competition score. And that'll put her currently into 8th. Not happy, but this, you are such a good skater. Just keep at it. Keep fighting. Keep figuring it out. Keep learning. Final group take to the ice mark on day number 2. And there is the start order for those that are best positioned to fight for a podium shot. We see Anna Pizzetta, that Italian skater that was amazing in the short program, and she's less than a point away from the podium. Can she deliver a free program the size of those jumps all the way through? We'll find that out. She's excited.
Yeah, and as we referenced, and we've been very candid and open about our interest to hear opinions as Sophia Schifrin does the incredibly difficult wallies in both directions. As her warm-up, we've been candid in acknowledging that we would love to hear opinions from the skating fraternity, both those that are actively involved in the sport and those that are fans of it. I think with Anna Pizzetta, and maybe this is a statement I'll live to regret in saying something at the end of a 12-hour commentary day, but I feel like the jump passes that she had, which have so excited us both, the amazing enormity of the jumps that she has, it's almost like the criteria now, which is 1 bullet point for very good height and very good length. In the ice dance positive features regarding creative execution, you can have 2 to 4 positive features for 1 distinction, and I just think with Anna Pizzetta, the very good height and very good length deserves more than 1 bullet point. But anyway, I am digressing, and I'm conscious that I am waffling, so
you weren't waffling. You were not waffling. You were right to your point, but now you're begging. You're going. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, right? No.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, you get a little bit of grace. You know, it is a long day, so. No, I mean, no question. I think it's a valid point, and that's for the technical committee to decide and discuss that. and so no problem. People have their opinions and they should voice them, and you just did, and nothing bad about that at all.
And I suppose it takes us to the next question regarding the stylization of jumping passes now, because we've touched on it before, but now the desire for skaters' jumps, particularly in the pursuit of increased difficulty combinations, is to be long and low, as opposed to huge jumping passes that were more fashionable previously. So the needs of the system have dictated that skaters maintain their speed and their flow to be able to do more consistent triple-triples in the second half of the program. When you do jumps as huge as Anna's, it kills the flow more.
It can, for sure. But the same thing, look, if we go to pair skating, the Chinese have these massive, huge throws. That is not what a lot of other teams do. They have a lower, almost a twist with a half throw type of thing. So it's a little safer. You're probably going to land a little bit more consistently, except for the Chinese tend to land theirs consistently as well. So there are just different strategies and different approaches. The rules are written out and you play your strategy. You know, you figure out, do I really want my difficult elements in the second half of the program? Yeah, I do, because I think I can do them and I'm going to get more points. So there are mechanisms in the system itself that allow for the coach to sit down with the skater and build their personal strategy. Now, could there be more features that allow for more strategies? Absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all. But it's not as if it hasn't been thought of. It has been thinking of, but that's why we're asking fans. What do you think? You know, and you're giving some points here. That's good. It's great. Good discussion.
And you know, I remember seeing some biomechanical studies of skating which give us science-based stats on the rationale, what happens to the forces of the body on these technical elements. And it's just interesting to consider when you have such huge elevation, you know, what impact is that on the body comparative to the longer, quicker, tighter. And I also dare, sorry, Chad, I'm going on off on one now, but when the skaters are pursuing the longer jumping passes to facilitate triple-triples later in the program, I think that is also why we are now much more used to seeing under rotation and lack of rotation than maybe was the case in the 90s.
Well, those big, huge jumps take a lot more energy for sure, and so you're going to run out of energy. And those lower jumps are probably a little bit more consistent. But, you know, the choice of the skater as to what they're going to do. So one of the things I want to say, what the current judging system was being developed, it was a thought process that was discussed about, do we want to support science people to make that assessment as to what was actually physically more exhausting, and what measurements do we want to have in this to be able to value things fairly and accurately. But this would have taken a ridiculous amount of time, and the time was not there after 2002. So things had to be done, and had to be done quickly. So skating people had determined, based on input from coaches, as to what was considered at that time at least to be more physically demanding, more difficult from a flexibility perspective, et cetera, et cetera. So one could say, get a bunch of scientists to tell us what's really difficult and what's not. So, you know, you can debate this for a long time, but it's an interesting part of the discussion. So people will have their difference of opinion for sure.
And then, you know, that's very much factual, logical left brain thinking in the pursuit of the competition. And then, you know, in this warm-up, we're talking all very much on stats, whereas one of the most wonderful, glorious parts of our sport is the emotion that our sport offers, and that obviously the harder to quantify aspect. As we see skaters struggling here, we've seen now just a fall on the triple axel from Yujie Kim and Nayeon Ko.
And then, you know, if you want to go into measurement, you could even go to, okay, how stressful is it to be in the last group? And how stressful is it for the leader after the short program to be skating last and have to wait 40 minutes? Should they get bonus points? But I mean, you could just go forever, right?
Yeah.
It's endless. Okay, we better stop this conversation because
we're going to get sacked.
Yeah, totally. As we go from noise to dead quiet. Preparation for skater, the final group, the women here in Gdansk.
Exciting for Sophie Schifrin to be in this group. So I might guess you a little harshly judged to be 7 points adrift of 5th place. but she certainly has the potential to contend for a medal. I'm not sure if Sophie Schifrin is limping ever so slightly at the conclusion of that free skate, but obviously a really challenging performance. And the judges were really split in the presentation for Sophie in the short program, ranging almost 3 points between different judges. But for me, I thought that the components were stronger in the short program, but unfortunately because of mistakes technically today, then the program components really suffered as well.
Well, you can see the effort that was being made to the choreography and whatnot, but maybe she just doesn't connect with this yet. And you got the technical elements, and you want those the most, and when they don't happen, as this triple F at the top of the program didn't, and all of a sudden, if there's anything you're going to give away, it's going to be the performance. You'll do the choreography, but will it be sincere? Maybe not on this day when you struggle technically. So you can see her fighting for that landing in the triple flip. That's not under rotate, that's clear in the system, that's good. Here's the triple loop. No problem there as well. So you can see she has great jump technique, no problem, nice and tight, fast rotation in the air, that's good. But sometimes the timing might be just a little bit off. The double axel, Euler, and triple Salchow gets it done a little later in the program. But certainly had some falls plus some struggles along the way as well. In fact, there were two under rotations and two falls.
Amazing range of flexibility both there in the Bielmann and also in the right forward outside edge spiral. You see the shapes her heart in the kiss and cry. And you could see for Sophia today in the air position, just the shoulders were higher, just signaling the extra stress and pressure she fought through.
So difficult to watch these young kids go through this. 90 points for the free program with a 146.73. That'll put Sophia Schiffer from Israel currently into 8th place. She's certainly capable of it. She'll have to fight back, and still early on in the season, more opportunity to come.
Kyung Choi, the Korean coach, so invested. It was just so entertaining to listen to Kyung Choi ringside when Yoo-Jae Kim performed in Ostrava. Coaches just so invested. She managed the triple axel in her first Junior Grand Prix, but had problems with the triple loop later on in the program, hoping for a fully clean skate for the 15-year-old from Well, Korea's Yu Kim came into this her second Junior Grand Prix assignment of the season, ranked 9th in the Junior Grand Prix standings, with a view to try to climb up into the top 6. She saw her sister, her twin sister, win last week in Ankara, and she was so hoping, I'm sure, to deliver enough to join her at the Grand Prix final. But unfortunately, not to be, or unlikely to beat it based on the number of mistakes made.
Another really good skater who has had a, not a good night. And we'll take a look. Here's the triple axel. Tempo slow this right down. She changed curve so much that she pulled it out around the corner, didn't get all the way around. Freely got stuck in front, had to take the fall to start the program, so park that. But there were other mistakes. Gets the triple flip done. Edge, and here is the triple Lutz. Triple toe loop, slow on the landing, but it gets worse. There's the pop triple loop into, well, I'm not sure what it was, like attempted double. Triple Lutz attempt as well, opened that up, and the program began to unravel a little bit more. And she tried to fight back, but there was just too many mistakes, and that vision, that goal, that dream of qualifying for the final started to disappear pretty early on in the program. Good skater, again, very, very good skater, wonderful, but a very tough night.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I like this choice for her, and I think I dare say that at this stage, I prefer this program to her twin sisters, but the sport, as you say, the sport is a sport, and it needs the clean skate, and you could argue that the risk of doing the triple axel on this occasion didn't pay off. She struggled with the triple axel in warm-up here, whereas she'd landed that in Ostrava. But I feel like Yu Kim needs the triple axel to contend with the Japanese skaters because the quality of the skating skills aren't as strong.
Yeah, for sure, and she can do the triple axel. I saw that in the practice session. I don't think that is an issue. It's an issue in competition, but not the ability to actually do it. So, but then you've got to skate clean after that. Triple axel is only one jump, and you need them all because the competition is just too strong. But on this night, been a number of mistakes by some really good skaters, but that happens. Some nights that just goes a little negative, and some nights it just goes, brilliance.
This is where I think when you're coming from one of these really strong skating nations where they've had to deliver such brilliance to make the team, just to get here, they know so well now. They know what's happened. There's no point in talking, really. It's like we know the score.
Yeah, 117 is their season's best, but this is a 96.34, and that is 6th in the free program so far with a 160.19. That'll put it currently into 3rd, but there are 4 more skaters, all excellent. So that is a tough result for Yu Kim here in Gdansk. Swiss skater is still on top of the results so far. 4 more skaters to come.
Well, Anna Pellonmaa made Ted's must-watch moments with the incredible jumping passes in the short program. She performed a Senior Challenger Series, the Lombardia Trophy, and had 105.28 there. That would be enough to lead at this stage, but Anna Pellonmaa wants a medal at the end of the night. Anna Pellonmaa, the opening element of the 11 elements in this free skate. A jumping pass that excites every skater that's ever done a flip jump. It's just amazing, but unfortunately,
yeah, you know, and it begs the question, Mark. You know, can you jump too high? Can you use too much energy too early on in the program to be able to keep the timing? Because the efficiencies of jumps, yeah, they're a little bit lower in height. The efficiency, consistency of the jump might be better to get to a long program. The short program, no problem, because you have the energy. But here, look at the size of this thing. This is just huge, and it's wonderful. It really is wonderful. It's amazing. But in the end of the day, it is. In the end of the day, there's the double axel toe. Body goes forward a little bit there. Great speed up with this triple Salchow, double toe loop. But as the mistakes started to creep in the program, her body got tired because it takes so much energy to get those big jumps done.
And it makes you wonder with Anna Pellonmaa in this amazing layback feature position, whether or not she has to do almost more run-throughs than anybody else to showcase what makes her so special.
Yeah, and it's hard. This is who she is, but I would be trying to make it at least a little bit more efficient, less energy to get her through the program. But that's not in her. She's a thoroughbred. She's wild. She has her own passion for the flight and for the excitement of those big jumps, and it's hard to tame it. It's hard to tame it. 104.43 for Anna Pellonmaa. That is fourth for the free program with a 169.21. That puts her for the moment into first place. There are 3 more skaters to come, and it's in their control. She is currently in the lead. But left the door open.
Next to skate, representing the Republic.
And now to the skater who comes into this event with 11 points on the standings already, based on the bronze medal in Riga. Nayeon Ko, who doesn't need a huge score based on her season's best in order to maintain a bronze medal position. She needs 103, but she's achieved 112 internationally this season already.
Well, Mark, there is a perfect contrast to Meda Variakojyte. Efficient, not as big a jump, not as exciting, not as fast, but efficient and more were delivered. And so this will be the difference. And this is part of the strategies. Some skaters, first of all, can't jump as big as Anna, that's for sure, but they can be more efficient. And that's Nayeon Ko from Korea was more efficient and therefore will take this, will be on the podium after this. Let's take a look at some of the elements here, Mark.
Yeah, and Nayeon Ko came in 10th place in the standings with that bronze medal, vying to try to make the top 6. And as we see this triple lutz, triple two, I'm not sure this was fully rotated on the second part of the jump combo. No.
Yeah, that's under rotated the system, yeah.
But in an event where few have skated cleanly, you know, the triple salto is followed by the spread eagle, so transitional content to try to get a bullet point. There, an edge call I'd suggest on the flip. Double toe, double loop.
Yeah, there's an edge call.
But it's, with the second triple loop, it's, as you say, it's not as exciting. It doesn't, you know, make us gasp our breath, but job done, points accrued, sport achieved.
Yeah, some people can hit the ball off the tee right onto the green, and some have to take 2 or 3 strokes, but they putt it out. So, you know, it depends on the strategies and on your physical abilities. And the system is, everyone knows what the system is, and they understand the scores. So, you've got to play the game. And this young skater was more efficient, therefore is going to reap the benefits of that. I think their score, season's best is 112.82.
This is the nitty-gritty part of the season when we start to consider the final places and what will happen for Nayeon.
If Meda Variakojyte can skate a full program, free program, it'll be amazing. Season best, 114.56 at his first. She is on the podium with a 180.14. 2 skaters to come. What color will the medal be? We'll find out in just a little while.
Nayeon Ko from Republic
Good
of
job.
Korea has
Mission
earned
accomplished.
total 180.14 points. She is currently in first place. A przed Państwem reprezentantka Japonii. Next to skate, representing Japan. Please welcome Kaoruko Wada.
And now to the winner from Ostrava, Kaoruko Wada, skating to music from the film Titanic. Chichi, watch the film and the story of love she wants to show in her theme now. Kaoruko Wada looks totally unfazed. The only thing that's out of place is her hair clasp at the back of her head. Just amazing demonstration of consistency and professionalism, really.
Consistency by efficiency. Very efficient. Doesn't run a huge risk. She's so fast in rotation. Look at the flow on that double axe, it's just amazing. The speed, straight down, straight up, triple left, triple toe, gets that done. There's the triple flip a little bit later. Everything right into rotation. Good lift on that. One more.
Look how she pushes every step forward after the jumping path here, the Sako. There's the outside, oh, she's going to do the combo here. But there's always use of blade to take the next push. You can see the ankle working, and thus the skating skills differently to that which we've seen. That one, though, I think was a bit under.
Yeah. Great layback spin at the end of the program. Great speed all the way through, picks it up. Wonderful Bielman, level 4, of course, with a 1.12 GOE added to the base score. She once again efficiently sits in the kiss and cry, waving.
And, you know, Ted, when we were just watching those replays, the first stroke onto the left forward outside edge for this, the aspiring skaters, that very first push from Kaoruko Wada showcased the sevens in the skating skills from that first stroke, that awareness of blade and push and ankle and knee. We talk about, watch the jump technique, watch the rotational position, watch just the way in which the blade leaves the ice. That was already signaling her quality from stroke 1.
Yeah, 7.75 skating skills. Let's take a look at the free program score with a 127.64. That's a season's best. First, big nod of approval. A little away, 198.22. She came close to that. She didn't break the 200 mark last Junior Grand Prix, but she's sitting first right now with the 2-time World Junior Champion skating next. But the pressure will be on a little bit here for Mao Shimada. There she is.
And a fascinating concept behind the free skate for this phenomenal athlete, Mao Shimada. The request was for Japanese music, and Lori Nicole clicked and light bulbs switched on when she heard this piece. And the piece is sung in Japanese and based around a series of 5 Japanese haiku, each corresponding to the changing seasons, starting and ending with spring.
Well, Mao Shimada delivered the brilliant work of Lori Nickel on this day perfectly, beautifully. Mark?
Well, the song is about the cycle of life and the evolution through the seasons, and the concept, just the concept and the consideration of this piece is almost like the evolution of the artist that is Mao Shimada developing. You know, I spoke with Lena Ekker, who worked with Lori Nickel, and she does such a wonderful job in creating artists, and that's what you sense here. And I think that skate, Ted, might be a skate that many worldwide senior junior will struggle to beat this season.
And that was a really good statement. Created artists, not just art, because you can create the art, but this young skater has become an artist through the work of Lori and coach as well. There's the triple axel, nice and solid, nice and clean. Quad toe is on the quarter in the judging system. Let's take a look at the landing here. Look at the height. Yeah, you can see it's on the quarter. But there was just no flaws in this program. It was just so beautifully skated. The music is wonderful. It's mystic in a way.
And I was chatting to Mia Hamada, who was explaining the awareness that Mao Shimada will not compete Olympic Games till 2030, and Mia was explaining that she wants to offer her student lots of different vehicles of choice creatively and artistically, as we see the triple loop here. And so there's obviously a long-term athlete development plan here to hone every aspect of this skater towards the 2030 Olympics. They're mindful that's the end goal. We're seeing brilliance now that I suggest might be hard to beat juniors or seniors this season, but they know that the peak isn't in 2024, it's in 6 years' time.
Yeah, and I have to do the interview with her. I think I'm going to ask for her autograph, because it's just amazing, brilliant work.
You have to sign a few things.
Yeah, let's take a look at her score. 152 is her personal best. This is a 151.57, the season's best. And even they were surprised at that. Of course, that's first by a mile with a 224, 224.68. You don't often see a junior skater above 200 that much. That is perhaps a record. I don't know. We have to check the books.
That's her new overall personal best. That's wonderful.
That is simply amazing and so well deserved. And I just want to say one more shout out to Lori, not just about the art that she creates through movement, but it's how she brings it out in a skater. Just wonderful work, as many of the choreographers around the world would appreciate this program here tonight. There it is, Mao Shimada, Kaoruko Wada, and Nayeon Ko, top three. And the Japanese and Korean associations take back control of the podium here, as we've had a couple changes in the Junior Grand Prix this season, which is good, but they were dominant here in Gdansk. Wow, that was exciting, and that is the close of day number 2 here in Gdansk. Tomorrow we will start with the free dance final, and then into the men's final will conclude Gdansk week number 5, as Mark will move on to Ljubljana, Slovenia. I'll be at home in my studio. For all of us here at the ISU, for Mark Hanratty, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure to join us tomorrow for the free dance in the morning. Good night, everyone.
Europejskie Grand Prix w łyżwiarstwie figurowym Solidarity Cup 2024. Ceremonia medalowa solistek juniorek. ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2024 Victory Ceremony Junior Women. Trzecie miejsce i brązowy medal. Third and winner of the bronze medal from Republic of Korea, Nayeon Ko. Drugie miejsce i srebrny medal. Second and winner of the silver medal from Japan, Kaoruko Wada. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal. First and winner of the gold medal from Japan, Mao Shimada. Medale wręczy prezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jacek Kasprzyk. Please welcome the president of the Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jacek Kasprzyk. He will award the medals. Kwiaty wręczy sekretarz generalny Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jakub Wójcik. Please welcome the Secretary General of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, jeśli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu narodowego zwycięzcy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner. Szanowni Państwo, to są Państwa medalistki. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists. Free w łyżwiarstwie figurowym Solidarity Cup 2024. Ceremonia medalowa juniorskich par sportowych. ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Solidarity Cup 2024. Victory Ceremony Junior Pairs. Trzecie miejsce i brązowy medal. Third and winners of the bronze medal from Canada, Giulia Quattrocci, Simone de Mare. Drugie miejsce i srebrne medale. Second and winners of the silver medal from Ukraine, Sophie Erhardt, Artyom Daryński. Pierwsze miejsce i złoty medal. First and winners of the gold medal from China, Jiaxian Zhang, Yihan Huan. Medale wręczy prezes Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jacek Taszek. Please welcome the president of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jacek Taszek. He will award the medals. Kwiaty wręczy sekretarz generalny Polskiego Związku Łyżwiarstwa Figurowego pan Jakub Wójcik. Please welcome the Secretary General of Polish Figure Skating Association, Mr. Jakub Wójcik. He will award the flowers. Szanowni Państwo, jeśli to możliwe, prosimy o powstanie do hymnu zwycięzców. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner. Prosimy o brawa dla naszych medalistów. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękujemy za ten kolejny spędzony z nami dzień i ja już teraz zapraszam serdecznie na jutro o godzinie 12:15 rozpoczniemy taniec dowolny par tanecznych z udziałem naszych reprezentantów, a o godzinie 15:30 rozpoczniemy program dowolny z solistów również z udziałem naszych reprezentantów. Życzę Państwu spokojnej nocy i bezpiecznego powrotu do domu. Mam nadzieję, że widzimy się jutro. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes the second day of Solidarity Cup. And now I'd like to invite you to come tomorrow at 12:15. We start ice dance, free dance, and at 3:30 we start men's free skating. Have a good night, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Since you felt like this, been a while since you felt like this, been a while since you felt like this, there must be something wrong. I guess I felt. Since you felt like this, there must be something wrong.